One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
French channels. French channel 1, 2, 3. Am I coming through on French? Are you getting me on French channel there? Bonjour, comment ça va?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Are you able to switch to English or?
Yes, when I switch to English, I get just myself. And if I go back to French, I can hear you again.
Oh, okay. No, that's cool then, because you should be English and oh, it's Flo.
I'm
That's
good,
why
thank
you.
you.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Thanks, man.
sure. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2.
Where do we test it?
So this, they're using it on the stage and they're using that mic. So
Come
it's
on.
kind, they
If it's for the stage, where do we test it?
on
the stage.
yeah.
Okay, so let me test it on the stage, and then we want to know if you're getting the feed coming through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Om die hoek staan mama skewe. Are we all good? We happy? We happy? We happy? Justin, can you hear this mic? I just want you to hear this mic. If we can hear it. Interpreters obviously needs to hear these mics as well. Yeah, you're gonna go test it there. And then also this mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we test this line mic for him quickly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you got it, Justin? You're good. We're good. We're gonna test interpreters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Om die hoek staan mama skewe. Mama skewe met die. Yes, sir. Lectern mic again, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Checking mic, lectern mic to Zoom to interpreters. Testing mic to interpreters and testing mic to Zoom. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 100%. I'm going to check the roving. Are you happy with the lectern mic? Both of you? Interpreters and Zoom? Yes? We good? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Grant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 100%. Interpreters good. Zoom. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Softer. I hear softer. 100%. We happy? Okay, so we cool with the mic sending everywhere. 100%. Great. Are you happy, Justin? Okay, Justin wants me to hold on. You want to do the translators maybe? Yeah, we're going to test the translators. That's a good one. So that the translator can hear on that thing. 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5. 5, 5. I am here to
Now on the
serve. I'm here
French
to
channel,
serve. I
Justin.
serve at the
2, 3,
behest
4, 5, 6,
of
7,
my
8, 9,
country.
10. Speaking to
I
myself.
am
Yeah, in the
who I
booth.
am
1, 2, 3, 4,
today
5, 6, 7,
so
8,
that you
9,
can hear
10.
me.
Are you
I
checking me,
stand on this
Justin? There?
platform speaking to
Channel
you from my
2,
heart.
French
Raise
channel
your
1,
hand
2,
if
3,
you want
4,
to hear
5,
me.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2,
5,
3,
5,
4, 5,
5,
6, 7,
5.
8,
A, B,
10.
C, D, E,
La
F,
Frenchois,
H,
merci.
I, J,
Ouais.
K, L, M,
Bonjour,
N, O,
comment
P.
ça va? Ça va
Justin,
bien
have
et
you,
toi? Oui,
wait.
oui, oui.
Grant, have you
2,
got
3, 4,
the
5,
headphones on?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2,
Perfect.
3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Perfect.
10. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Lovely,
9, 10.
lovely,
Are you
lovely.
good,
So we're
Justin?
just checking the interpreters, right? That's
2,
the
3,
one
4,
issue we
5,
had.
6, 7, 8,
Just want to
9,
make sure the
10.
interpreters are good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Okay.
9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is
5,
now
5.
speaking on the French channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
5,
8, 9,
5,
10.
5,
Hey, hey,
5,
hey.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're getting English and French on the French channel. We can't have English and French on the French channel. We can have English on the English channel and French on the English channel and English on the French channel, but we can't have English and French on the French channel.
Close that channel that you're receiving Zoom on the desk. Is it closed?
Close the Zoom channel on the desk.
The Zoom channel, yeah.
Close the Zoom channel. Okay, let's try that.
Okay.
Which one?
2, 3,
1,
4,
2, 3,
5,
4,
6, 7,
5,
8, 9,
6,
10.
7, 8,
1, 2,
9,
3,
10.
4, 5, 6,
Okay, hold on.
7, 8, 9,
Justin
10.
is coming.
Hey, hey, hey.
We are
Hey,
speaking
hey,
Portuguese in the French
hey.
booth.
Hey, hey.
What channel are you talking about? Which channel are you talking about?
No, man, I was saying you must kill. You can't have the Zoom channel open
The playback channel.
Yeah.
It's
While,
closed.
while I'm talking, are you still getting both on the thing?
Yeah.
Then you must check with Andre what is the issue. He will tell you because we didn't get that issue last
Last
night and
night.
yesterday. Yeah. So check with him what is it that you need to do. He will tell you. Otherwise, if he can do us from his side, then he must do
But
the
is
same.
the settings right here?
The settings looks right, but then I don't know if there is more settings that you need to go into.
Can
That's
I
why
maybe just try
that's
putting
why-
this on English quickly and just try to see if it,
Are we getting there? Okay. Tell me if you want me to talk. Keep talking. You can't stop me from talking. I used to have, excuse me, when I was at school,
2, 3, 4, 5,
Um,
6, 7, 8,
you know,
9,
you used to
10,
get
1, 2,
reports back
3.
in the day. I don't know if you guys will remember that. That's probably you're too young for that. But we used to get reports in the day, and in the comment section of the reports, without fail, from sub A, which is grade 1, to standard 5, which is now grade 7, you had different teachers, right?
To
Every
French
teacher,
now. I'm now in
without
the French
fail,
channel. 1,
in that
2, 3,
comment
4,
section,
5, 6.
of my report that I took home. How many times do you take your report home a year? Twice a year, right? Because you had midterm and then you had the end of the year. Without fail, the comment was, Gavin is too talkative. Gavin is too talkative. Gavin is too talkative. And the man of the
Justin,
moment has
what
arrived.
to do.
Chesney,
Can
everybody
you
stand up
hear me
for your
on the
president.
French channel?
He has arrived.
You're still
I'll be
getting it,
talking until
getting
we
it
sort
both.
this out, right?
Let's get hold of,
Oh, we
of
sort this
Andre.
out.
You will
We
be
will
able
sort
to,
this out.
to tell
We're gonna
to
make
tell
it
to tell
work.
what,
It's
what
gonna
to do.
work.
Maybe there is a
Grant, are you
settings,
focusing
some
there?
settings that needs
We're doing
to
sound, right?
be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
to be
6,
done
7,
here.
8, 9, 10,
2, 3,
11,
4,
12,
5,
13,
6, 7,
14,
8,
15,
9,
16,
10. 1,
17,
2, 3,
18,
4,
19,
5,
20.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, just hang on.
3,
Grant,
4,
just
5,
check.
6,
Chesney,
7,
just give me a
8, 9,
second.
10. 1,
Grant, just check
2,
what
3.
Herschel is missing on your desk there for.
1,
Why is
2,
he
3,
missing on
4,
your desk?
5,
I mean, not
5,
Herschel.
6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9, 10.
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
But what you're
6,
doing,
7,
Grant needs to know, right?
8, 9, 10.
Cool. Must I just keep talking?
3, 4,
I'm
5,
gonna die soon.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Exhaling and not inhaling.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Cheers. Will you check if Herschel's okay downstairs in that break,
1,
in that
2,
one
3,
other
4,
room? I think
5,
there's
6, 7, 8,
there's
9,
another
10.
function that
1,
he's doing.
2, 3, 4, 5,
What
6,
is it?
7, 8,
Looks
9,
small, but he
10.
just had one speaker.
2,
Like a
3, 4,
DCV.
5, 6, 7,
Is it?
8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3,
Thanks.
4,
We'll
5,
just check if he's
6,
okay. Thanks.
7, 8,
Checking
9,
1, 2,
10.
3.
Justin,
Testing
are
1,
you
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C,
Justin?
D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Must I speak in French and you can translate to English? Oui. Okay, that's a wrong word in English. If you want to go oui, which is yes, we go to the toilet. Right? Merci beaucoup. That is thank you very much. You can translate that for me. Merci beaucoup. I just
Merci.
love that English, that French language. It gives me pleasure. They say it's the love language. Yes, can you translate the love language?
2, 3,
Justin, I'm not
4,
feeling
6,
lots of love from you at the moment.
8.
We're getting there. I like it. 5 fingers. Oh,
When he's
thank God it's
running
not
out
one.
of breath there.
Just keep
1,
that
2.
one finger. Oh, now he's throwing me horns. I don't want to see any horns there. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. I tell you what, the weather this morning in Cape Town was actually not bad, eh? A little bit of drizzle.
We should be
Cool,
able to
'cause
switch
yesterday it was
between
quite hot.
between the
But when you come to Joburg, I tell you what, you get 4 seasons in one. Ask those who know. The sun will come out in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll get thunderstorms. lightning. Lightning can strike you. And you know what? I just thought of something. In Joburg, everybody's complaining about the potholes because they say
Ça va bien.
that
The host has
municipality is not
changed
doing a
your
good job.
interpretation
Not that.
language. Okay.
In Joburg, we have so much lightning. We need our roads to be lightning proof.
Yeah,
Is that
go back to
lightning?
the French.
When they strike and they strike those roads, they make massive holes. Massive holes, not holes, craters. Apparently there's a video that went viral on
Then it
TikTok.
changed back
There's a
again.
lady,
Comment ça
she
va? Ça
was
va bien?
driving
Et
on this
quoi?
road in the Free
Ouais,
State,
merci.
and
Merci beaucoup.
she made this
Merci.
video with Mario Brothers. You know the Mario Brother games? Must I keep talking?
English channel, pure English, no interpretation. Right? On the French channel, I'm getting a bit English, a bit French. And I started it just the way, like when you go to interpretation, I press start, and then it plays out both like English.
Do we need Andre?
Just make him host and you can see what settings I'm doing wrong. Because I'm doing all the settings that I've tried that he suggested. Yeah, but I'm just gonna keep testing.
Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
2,
7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1, 2, 3, 4,
7,
5,
8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1, 2,
7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1, 2,
7, 9, 8, 10.
6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9,
you
10.
can take that. You can take that, Mike. Extensions. I think there was another spare one laying somewhere else. I'm not too sure where that cable is now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
That's for the people. 1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
5,
7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10.
1, 2,
1, 2,
3, 4, 5,
3, 4, 5,
7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
9, 10.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, look, hold on.
Okay.
Bonjour. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
1,
9,
2,
10.
3, 4, 5,
Good morning,
6,
ladies
7,
and
8,
gentlemen.
9,
Welcome to
10.
the Cape Sun.
Morning,
I try. Just can't sing it, but I'm a good talker. Good morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
This one is overpowering
The interpreter.
Yes, sir.
the interpretation.
That mic, it's too loud.
Way too low. So you can hardly hear the interpretation. Hear this more than.
So is that something that Grant must do to turn it down, whatever he's sending?
1, 2, 1, 2.
I'm sending.
I bet it's on Zoom.
To Zoom, ne?
Yeah, it's this.
The mic that you send it
Yeah,
to Zoom.
yeah.
Maybe let's make it 12 o'clock for now
try
and
again.
check because it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Still on.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10. 1, 2, 1, 2.
You turn it down, it's still louder. 1, 2,
1, 2,
4,
1,
5, 6, 7,
1,
8.
2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
1,
10.
2, 3,
1,
4,
2,
5,
3,
6,
4,
7, 8,
5,
9,
6,
10.
7,
1,
8,
2,
9, 10.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
But look,
1, 2.
you more leaning that way, and we need to you need to be picked up by the laptop. So sit properly. Yeah, you don't need to be on the laptop, but just
Yeah.
normal. Don't lean to your right. Just just up the normal way and just talk like that. Yes.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1,
Okay,
2.
you want
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1,
6, 7,
2,
8,
1,
9,
2,
10.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1,
6,
2,
7,
1, 2,
8,
1, 2, 1,
9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
But then they got their own level.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 1, 1.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I'll throw mine and then we'll come back to this.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2.
No comments. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, it was bleeding out a bit, but not a lot. I mean,
Do you want me to talk in here or what? Sorry, maybe. Do you want to hear?
I want him to hear.
sorry.
Telling me to open. So I'm not gonna sound.
Testing
We are
1
busy
2
doing
1
that now.
2. Testing
1 2 3 4 5. Luke,
testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
but people are gonna
Testing.
talk loud into this thing, right? So maybe we should turn the volume down a bit on
Testing
there.
1 2 1 2.
And then, Luke, can you hear
Testing,
me?
testing.
Okay, okay.
Testing
Now you need to talk.
1 2.
Is he talking into the mic of the laptop?
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2.
1 2 3
Testing,
4 5
testing, 1,
6
2,
7 8
1,
9
2, 1,
10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1
Luke,
2.
get out of the booth. Thanks, Luke. Your services are greatly appreciated. I think your time is up. Oh my word, they say you've been terminated. Sorry, brother. So we'll get Moses to part the sea for us in the booth.
Basically shouting there,
He's
but I
going to
see
be there.
the
Moses.
levels of this,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you can't say
So
anything.
put
It's
your
your-
headphones
that mic
on
that's
and
coming
talk
through
to
there,
me.
but yesterday
Guys,
it
did you
was
check that the
speaking
laptop is
from
okay in
this is
there,
what's coming
right?
in from
You
their
happy
side.
that the laptop set up properly, right?
Yeah, 1 2 3 4 5
Moses,
6 7
no
8
singing,
9 10.
just
1 2 3 4. That's
part
the
the
same level that
sea.
you spoke.
Take your staff
If you
and
can hear
tell
me,
the Red
I
Sea,
love you,
God told
even
you
though
to
you're a
part the
douchebag.
sea. And
I
we're
can
going to part the
interpret that
sea.
in French.
Moses,
Another
maybe you must
douchebag got
translate in
their
Afrikaans.
headphones
Maybe
on and
it'll
he's
work
bending
better.
over. Look at that guy. Look at him go.
If we want
He's
to hear
listening
what
to my
we're going
voice.
to
If you can
say
hear this,
and
you can
yeah,
look at me. I can
talking
give
to
you
us
the
from
middle
there.
finger. This is interpretation boost. 1 2
Oh,
3 4
differently.
5
Yeah.
6. And then like
Yeah, but
another
why, you know why
douchebag
you can hear
got
me? Am I coming
headphones
through
on.
the booth or am I coming through? Is there a feed in the booth somewhere that I'm coming through?
1 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 2.
What you
I don't know.
Yes, into here. But then the boot is automatically linked. Yeah, it's already on the control unit because everything is running from the control unit.
Okay.
One.
So we're coming out of the desk into my control unit with aux 1. What aux are we using?
So you need aux
Yeah,
1 to come
with
into the desk anyways, right?
Yeah, yes.
Because
Coming
So
out of the desk
What
into
are,
here.
what do we send to, what are we sending to the booth? For the
1
No,
2.
it's aux 1 that we
Yeah.
use for the main.
Same
Box one is
thing.
coming from Zoom from India.
Then which aux are you using to send me then? 2.
That's 2, yeah.
Oh, okay, it's 2, yeah.
Can we try the lectern quickly?
I thought
you
it was-
can't fix the roving. How are you gonna fix the lectern? I mean, isn't it the same thing? Okay, Moses, you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still very much here and
I
I'm
think the
speaking
lectern's
in a
gonna be even
normal
louder. 1 2 3
voice.
4 5 6.
I can
Huh?
hear that.
Nothing.
I can-
Sounds
1
perfect.
2.
So
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
check the
1,
settings on the
2,
lectern as
3,
well,
4,
and then
5
take it from there.
6 7 8 9 10.
1 2 3 1 2 3.
1 2. I'm actually
I'm
hearing
just
the
doing
lectern.
test here
If it's
quickly.
in the lectern, then I can hear that liquor. 1
Let me call you
2
back.
3 4 5 6 7 8
1 2
9
3 4
10.
5 6 7
7
8
8
9
9
10.
10.
1 2
1 2
3.
3.
Is this good,
That's
guys?
good.
Happy with
I
this?
can hear you. If you can hear me, how does that sound from your
1 2
perspective?
3 4
You like
5.
that?
5,
1, 2,
5,
5, 6, 7, 4, 9,
5,
8,
6,
6,
7, 8,
7,
9,
4,
10.
9,
1, 2, 3,
1,
4,
2, 3,
5.
4, 5,
5,
6,
6,
7,
7, 8,
9,
9, 10.
8, 3, 4,
1, 2,
8,
3,
3,
4, 5, 6,
7,
7, 8, 9,
4,
10.
8,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
19,
6,
20,
7, 8,
12,
A, B,
3,
C, D, E, F.
6, 1,
Moses,
4.
are you parting the sea? Are you
I-
saying stuff?
I am imparting the
You look
seers.
very bored in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
IRB here. Can you hear me, my bro?
Guys,
This is
show me a
okay.
hand, show me fingers, show me something. You want me to talk? I'm gonna die here today because I've never spoken so much in my life before. Romain, did I tell you the story? You know, you used to get the report card when you went to school, right? Remember?
Okay, oh, you want me to talk as well?
And at 5.
I'm just gonna repeat what he says.
How many times do you get the report card?
How many
Twice
times
a
do you
year,
get the
right?
report
got
card? Twice a year. You got
midterm, which is
midterms,
like in
which
June, and
is
then-
like June, and I think it is
Without
in
fail, from a
August.
sub A, which is
And yeah, so
standard
yeah,
5, which is grade 7.
I don't even know why you're using standard.
also had
That's an
different
old
teachers,
metric
right?
system where you in grades, if
Without
you stand at
fail,
5, you
on my
actually
report
grade
card,
7.
if
So
there's
you need to
one
step this
thing
up, you
that
know.
was
How does it sound from there?
Gavin is very talkative. Gavin is very talkative.
IRB, very, very
If I
talkative.
pull out all my report cards. I'm trying to change it. I was, but now they put me front as mic. Guys, am I talking to myself? Are you happy? I'll pause for now. I'll pause for now.
1, 2, 3. Can I get out of this cage now? Feeling claustrophobic here, my bro. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Maybe I should become an interpreter, maybe, you know. You guys must pay them liquor. I can lam here all day and talk. All I can put my own mix into the split, my bro. So if they're talking about, you know, let's say for instance, just that use gonorrhea, I would be saying stuff like, yeah, and that person has been lying around a whole day, my bro, and that's why he got this cut. But like I said, the research is there, my bro. And these guys, they must just step up, my bro. I would put battery acid in their fucking veins, my bro. Let's see if we can get the gonorrhea away. And yeah, I hope this brush, he's got health insurance, bro, because I wouldn't want to be caught with this cut walking around with your dick in your head. But yeah, tell all the delegates here, if you can hear me, don't lie around. It's very bad for you. Can I go now? Can I get out of here? No. Quick question. Do these fans work in this booth? Because whoever sitting here is cutting themselves, is out there. Damn. They must have an ice machine here or some shit. I wouldn't want to be caught dead in this motherfucker. And IRB done. I'm out. Elvis has left the building.
Elvis, the audience there already waiting.
What?
So there's like 50 people.
He didn't put it out yet. He wouldn't do that. Wait a minute.
Talk
1,
just a
2,
little bit
3,
when you
4,
type just
5,
stop.
6, 7, 8, 9. 8, 9, 10. Ah, so this is where the toggle happens. French. I'm on the French channel on this one.
You want to speak French?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm here. I can't speak French, so you know the best I could do is speak Afrikaans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Bonjour.
10. Bonjour, madame. How you
Oui, oui.
doing? Voulez-vous?
Très bien.
No,
getting
no,
there.
me no good, busy.
Voulez-vous, vous?
Voulez-vous, oh, I forgot a few French phrases that I learned back in the day. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am talking, and I don't know what to say anymore because I'm in a hot
English,
box.
Afrikaans, Indian,
I don't know
French?
Indian, unfortunately. French, my French is out of date. I need a software update on
English
that
is,
one.
Indian is not a language.
No.
It's Hindi, right?
Indian be very much a language. I are be good at
Hindi,
this.
Tamil,
I do this all the
Telugu,
time.
Urdu.
I have
Many
friends
dialects are
named
there?
Rayan.
There must be a
Rayan
lot.
does this. He
Right?
teach me all of the things. Now
It's like
I learn
Afrikaans,
all
right?
the words. I'll know all the dialects. Can I?
You listen to my
1,
Afrikaans.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
You go
9,
to, and you go
10.
to the Eastern Cape, you listen to that
5, 6, 9, 8, 4,
with a
3,
Toti
2,
accent.
1,
Toti.
2,
Okay, what is that?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Proper, yeah. Now we get that same as well.
Language interpretation has been ended by
We
a
speak
host.
Kitchen Afrikaans. Keep
Can you
talking,
hear me?
Moses. Moses, you must
I'm
keep
still
talking.
here.
Part the
I'm
Red
still
Sea for us,
talking.
Moses.
If I had
And then see
content, I could read
what's
some.
happening. We just want to check that if Romaine's okay. Is Moses speaking? Moses, please speak. Keep talking. You can count to 100. Is he talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Moses, there. Romaine's got it. She's shaking her head. She's happy. She's not hearing me. She's hearing Moses. That's right. So it's right now. So that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, you must mute the audio, my audio, English audio, if you want to hear. Can you hear? Is that right? So you can't hear me, but you can hear the French. But if you do English, and then you're going to hear me. You're going to hear me? Can you hear me? Maybe you must take a while because it takes like a couple of seconds, right? Because of the delay. Yeah, you guys, there's a delay on the thing. She's giving me a heart failure this morning. What? Yeah, that is me here. Can you see it with my legs crossed? But if I must uncross it, then you can hear that I've coming through. Are you guys happy? That's what he was doing. 1, 2. I think you should talk, T. Say something. I don't know. They flipping don't care. I'm like a third wheel here.
Does it
Yeah,
something to
enough
do
now.
with the acidity of the fruit, the weight of the peel, or just the overall mass?
You happy,
Yes,
Romain?
Sarah Downs are the
Justin?
for an explanation.
We got it? She's shaking her head. She's saying no. Let's come back. Whatever you did there, Justin, don't do it. Oh, okay, just checking. Romain, just remember there's a delay, eh? You gotta check
2,
the
3,
delay
4,
that's going on
5,
there. Do we still need Moses to talk? Moses keeps talking. So it will mute if you mute it, and then give it a couple of seconds. Moses must still talk. Don't touch it. I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking. What? It's him. It's Moses. Moses is being warned. He's saying something else. He's not repeating what I'm saying. Romain is. So you want to put me back on, Romain? Put me back on. Romain wants to put me back on. Okay. So one more time. 3 more times, 4 more times, 5 more times, 6 more times, 7 more times, 8 more times, 9 more times. Put it on my report card.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Great. Welcome back to day 3. We are about to start. So can we kindly take our seats? Good morning once again. Good morning once again. I see people are still busy, so I'm trying to make sure that people pay a little bit of attention. Maybe they can't hear me. So group 1, are you there? Group 2, are you there? Group 3, are you there? Group 4, are you there? Group 5, are you there? Group 6, are you there? Right. I think in order to save time, let me welcome you all to day 3, and also welcoming those that are joining us online from all over the world. We are going to start with our report back session, and then quickly go into today's program. So I think the quicker we move, the better. So I'm going to call upon any volunteer who would like to come and pick something for me in this envelope. But today, to be democratic, we deliberately decided to leave those groups that presented yesterday. So we at least know who is going to present this morning, but we just don't know who is going to do it first. Since my sister Margareta is yet to sit down, let me just call her to come through and help me pick one of these groups. Let me just make sure she doesn't pick 2 groups.
Okay, so calling to the stage, group 3, please. Group 3.
Group 3. Don't mind what came out of the mouth. You want to share from your I think the one that they have is not yet updated. If you are on Zoom, you can quickly share on Zoom. Okay, so in order to save time whilst Group 3 is still preparing, I'll ask Michael to help me pick who else is coming. Group 6. Group 6. I don't want to name the countries. Group 6. I think it looks like Group 6 is no longer here. Group 6, please come forward. Are you able to project Group 6? Group 6 has Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa. Group 6. Group 6, please. Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa. Group 6 has gone on strike. Hello? Please go ahead. Looks like it's not working out. We can't hear you. Every team, do we have Group 6 to present?
Yes. Here.
Group 8.
Yep, I'm the rapporteur.
Please come forward.
Go ahead. Why?
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Kontale from Uganda. We had Team South Africa, Team Kenya, and Uganda in our presentations. They were really lively and exciting. Yeah, slide. Next slide. Somebody rolling the slides on my behalf. So South Africa documented what was not working well in their area, and two main things stood out for them: consolidating the limbs and incorporating data into their data warehouses. The second issue was the electronic tracking and tracing of results. So the areas of improvement and their priority gaps included standardization of the enhanced adherence counseling tools and data collection of those tools from wherever they were to the central level. And then integrating the clinic laboratory data with that of the care and treatment information systems. Go on, next slide. So The standardization of the enhanced adherence counseling tools needed updating of the clinical stationery, the tools that they use in the clinic for the system that they use. The system is called tired.net, and it was not capturing the data. It is not yet capturing the data. The second issue is that to integrate the clinical and the lab data systems, there needs to be interoperability frameworks that have to be designed. And for the community involvement, they need to have a TWG that can do that. Next slide. For Kenya, the issues they have include integration of other tests apart from HIV and TB. And they are just going to start their diagnostic network optimization activities. And for the point of care devices, they highlighted that the first time they got most of these POC devices, they were specifically for TB. So it has been a slow process to onboard other tests onto those devices. Then in terms of their technical working group collaborations, it's been mainly an HIV TWG, so they're going to try and merge it with the TB, TWG, and others. The other TWGs do exist, but they are working independently. They do not get inter-TWG, they've not been having inter-TWG meetings. So they're going to work on those to sort it out. Next slide. This is for Uganda. For Uganda, the issue of task shifting was a red because there is no policy or guidelines on task shifting. Then the definition of the testing use cases, for example, if a point of care device does TB, EID, viral load, and other tests, which test is supposed to take preeminence, priority. So such issues have not yet been updated in the existing test menu guidelines. So the guidelines will be updated. And then the network capacity is going to be improved to take better care of the One Health elements. Next slide. So we had a length of discussions. So here there are 5 slides and I'll run through them very quickly. There is no WHO document that guides. So there is a WHO document that guides on prioritization of tests. That's something we learned from our Kenya team. There's the cannibalization discussion on the POC devices was held. We didn't conclude on that, but the DNO, we discussed that DNO can work also by reducing the total number of testing sites like it did for Nigeria and I think Mozambique. And then the priorities of the DNO might change annually. Next slide. Then SA informed us that they use plasma only for VL, but they're having some issues with low-level viremia that they're dealing with. But we didn't go so deep into that discussion. It would be nice to hear from them. Then for the Ugandan team, we were asked again how we are handling the wastes from VL testing for both POC and conventional. And for the conventional, we have a waste treatment site, because remember we have one lab for the whole country. And for the POC, we have a company that collects the used cartridges and disposes them. So for Kenya, we were very interested in their data center experiences, and we hope to hear from them as an ongoing conversation. Next slide. Yes, country needs for TA and funding implications. For the SA, they talked about the standalone clinics. The clinic side needs to work on the LANs, on a web-based system. While for Uganda, it's not easy to explain why the point of care sites are not reporting very well. Some of it is the users themselves, while some of it is for the data systems. And another issue raised was that the vendor-driven information systems are not well adapted to the country needs. So you can't put in all the data elements that the country needs. Next slide. And how the countries are handling supply chain issues. South Africa gave us an excellent update that they're using an enterprise-wide ERP based on Oracle. And they also learned from COVID that do not fix yourself on only one machine brand. So you have many brands so that if commodities run out for one, you're able to fall back onto another. And to prioritize improvement targets for the challenges, Uganda found it easy because there were just 3 of them and they know what to do. Lastly, how countries are, no, that's it, I think. Next slide, I think that's it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation. I'm tempted to say, should we do the second presentation or we discuss this now? I don't see any reactions. So I think for the sake of saving time, we'll discuss the other questions together when the 3 groups have presented. Let me quickly call upon group 3 to come and present. Just by way of reminder, our slide will still open. The event number is 6415108. For those that are online, my colleagues will be placing that in the chat shortly. 6415108.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Juru from Zimbabwe. I'm representing Group 3, which is the Rhodesian Federation. That is Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Malawi. So unlike Group 6, we managed to keep it short and simple. So it's not length, it's just one slide that is covering all the areas. Next slide, please. So we identified the 3 challenges that were cross-cutting across the countries. And firstly, we had the waste management and the issues under waste management with lack of infrastructure for disposing our GTC containing waste, the incinerators, the high temperature incinerators that are required. And there's also lack of guidelines that sort of guide the countries on disposal of the different categories of waste that is generated by our laboratories. So our public health goals to develop, to be able for stakeholders to come together and develop guidelines that will then guide the countries on disposal of the different types of waste. And also, we would also want the different countries to pilot different pre-treatment methods for GTC containing waste. And this waste management problem is cross-cutting. It's not just for HIV program alone. It's not a vertical program, but it's cross-cutting across all health systems. And our target is to have a sustainable method of disposing waste by the end of 2023. And then moving on to equipment maintenance, it was also a challenge that we saw was cross-cutting across the countries. And the issues there were frequent breakdowns of due to aging equipment that we have in the laboratories, and also service contracts that are not covering ancillary equipment. So you only have service contracts for the main equipment, the main analyzers, but you'll find that your ancillary equipment are not covered under service contracts. What we want to achieve as our goals, we want to have equipment replacement plans in place. So we need assistance to develop those replacement plans and policies. And we also want to be able to capacitate national reference laboratories to conduct service and calibrations for ancillary equipment for their own countries, so that we try to save on resources by outsourcing. And then also this is cross-cutting, it's not only for HIV programs, but it's cross-cutting across all the health systems. And the targets are to have equipment replacement plans in place, and also to set up functional calibration centers within the national reference laboratories. by 2024. The last challenge that was cross-cutting across the countries was EHR LIMS integration. This was seen, it was seen that all the countries were quite hungry and have an appetite of integrating their EHR and LIMS, but somehow they were stuck in the mud. So I think there is need to identify implementation approaches to have this, and also try to have technical expertise that can come and assist countries to be able to integrate their EHR and their LIMS in a bid to reduce turnaround time of results. So this also, again, is cross-cutting, not only for HIV, but for all disease lines. And the target is to integrate at least 90% of sites on EHR, on integrating them to LIMS by the end of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for the presentation. So that leaves us with the last group, not least, group 5. So once group 5 is coming, please put the slides for group 5. Okay, okay, I see the. So looks like I think their slides did not reach the intended target, but they are on their way. So whilst he's taking his slides there, we could take a bit of discussion that came out here. I got a sense that, was it easy or difficult to prioritize gaps? I think that's one key question that was coming out from the groups. You need to send to those guys. Yes. Any reactions from there? I know one of the groups tried to attempt some of those questions. What was the general outcome that was coming from the discussions? I think people need coffee today.
Yeah. Yeah. Just so that people understand why we were asking that question. It can be overwhelming when you have a lot of assessments and you have the scores, and you don't know how to prioritize, how to identify whether it's a problem that is downstream of a root cause, and whether you have to act on the root cause or whether you have to act on a problem. And very often, it can take a lot of assistance and facilitation so that the country agree on, this is really our priorities. And the question is whether we should spend more time as LabCoP to help the country team to identify the gaps and the priorities, or whether the country teams feel that it's fine and straightforward. I don't think it's straightforward, but they can still manage.
Okay, thank you, Pascal, for making that clearer. So I think this is a question that us from the LabCoP side of things feel like, I think we need that feedback. Is this helpful? Or when we have so many assessments and we have 50 priorities, which probably is what we have gaps, but are they all priorities? So I think that's the kind of sort of angle that we want to come from. Okay, Juliet.
I'd like to just say a few words about my concepts of prioritization. This is rather maybe personal, but I think one of the things that I see lacking in some of the discussions that we've had so far is the epidemiological information about disease burden and public health impact. The prioritization, I think, in our breakout group at least, was really building on past assessments. And you could see very clearly how the assessments are getting people to think in a particular way. And the assessments are, for instance, really focused on HIV. And in many of your countries, perhaps HIV is not the overarching largest public health priorities. So I think there's priorities in terms of the major public health problems that the lab systems should address. And then then what's doable, what is financeable, what's fundable, and the near impact. So there's also often, I think, it's useful to think about what you can achieve, and be pragmatic. And so there's lots of different kinds of criteria for prioritization, and I think it would be enriching to broaden that discussion a little bit more within this community, which has so much expertise.
Yeah, I think I like the angle that you have said, that there's what is the ideal, what is also possible at this moment, and how do we get to the ideal in the end? Yeah.
And just to follow up, I think it's a very fair comment, and that brings us to the larger discussion of the lack of evidence for the laboratory folks and even the health system. What is the burden of disease locally? How do I prioritize my disease? Because otherwise, we are just going to see the scores. That's right. It's already biased from the beginning. And that brings then the second point. I had the discussion with the group one about the importance of stakeholders that are going to participate to your assessment. I mean, it's not only a conversation between the HIV program and the people from the lab. You need to have your epidemiologists, the public health that tell you, bring that to the larger context of what are the disease burden. But I think as we progress, it's probably going to improve over time.
Before I go to Margarita, and one of the questions that was there in the integration readiness too, which needed, do we have somewhere where we can say this is our reference for disease burden or something like that? And it looked like, I think it might have been there like 2005. Is it still the same? So I think these are the key areas that we need to certainly continue to consider. Yeah. Margarita?
Yeah, thanks, Hanafi. No, this is what I was coming to also, just building on the example which was presented by the team from Kenya on how to prioritize equipment, and saying that if the equipment, that's an example, has been bought for TB, it should be prioritized for TB. But then your context is changing over time.
Yeah.
We are in Africa, we have outbreak at least, now every other day. And so your burden of disease is also fluctuating. So even if an equipment was originally bought for TB, depending on the progress you've made, it might be that in a certain area of your country at a certain time, it will not be prioritized for TB anymore, or not for maybe a given period of time. And this was also well presented yesterday, I think, by Dr. Aloni from DRC. Because they have to take this into account as well. But that links also to some flexibility from the donors, and we've seen that, for example, with Global Fund, with some funds being redirected now to COVID-19, but then when COVID-19 is not so much, or we see that now it's affecting the other services, then you need to also redirect.
Indeed, I think important points are coming through as we continue. I think I would like to pause here and then go back to group 5 so that we can come through. I see you have, are you the super sub? Because the Cristiano Ronaldo is on the bench there. But please come through.
Good morning, my name is Makune Makune. I'll be presenting on behalf of Group 5. Do I get the click? Oh, okay. So I'm going to skip this first slide and just go straight into priorities. So Group 5 covers Tanzania, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. And I wish, now that I saw the tabular thing that the others did, I wish we'd done the same, but I think this will work just fine. So this, to start, this is the priorities for Ethiopia. Some of the things that they've noticed need to be ramped up. So the lab information system, there's a, oh, this is better. The lab information system needs to be expanded at the moment in Ethiopia, and it's called eTours. And so it needs regular supportive and mentoring of the facilities so that they can better utilize to its full capacity. And then there's uptake of the viral load cascade in some of the public health and even the private facilities. The specimen transportation system and arrangement for the hard to reach areas, that's something that is a priority and something that they'll be working towards achieving. And then there's the waste management, which is a priority for all three countries. In this, I think only Nigeria has started the whole precipitation thing. But generally, waste management is a priority for all three countries, and therefore I will mention it here once and not when I go through the other countries. So introduction of this precipitation technique to dispose of GDC in collaboration with all the other programs. And then there's other cross-cutting issues like insecurity in some of the geographic locations of Ethiopia, for specimen challenges in specimen referral for this reason of the insecurities, of the challenges in security. So this is a difficult one. It's not something that they can easily work through, but it's there as one of the priorities to try and navigate the challenges of the security. And these are the priorities for Tanzania. The essential diagnostic list in Tanzania, we noticed that this essential diagnostic list did not cover all the diseases of priority. For example, it was missing COVID-19 and other outbreak diseases. And also it wasn't evidence-based because there was a lot of evidence that was required that was not there to support a proper identification of this essential essential diagnostic list of diseases. List of diagnostics, sorry. And then the network capacity need also to be, we need to add new tests into the network because the network at the moment is very focused on certain specific diseases, and therefore there's a need to grow this network to incorporate all the essential diseases or diseases of focus or priority. And then biosafety and biosecurity, we noticed that from the assessment, there's a whole biosafety and biosecurity strategy that is there in existence, but then no risk assessment that has been formally conducted, and therefore that needs to be done to further inform the biosafety and biosecurity protocols and guidances. So I'll skip the first bullet for Nigeria and the second, because I've already mentioned them in the other countries, and these are still priorities for Nigeria. And then for Nigeria, there's also bilateral testing of TB and COVID-19, which has started, but needs to be strengthened. And this goes for also all the other multiplexing issues in Nigeria to utilize the various instruments and equipment that they have in a multiplex environment. And then funding coming in silos has been problematic because funding comes for specific issues. And this was an area of discussion in our group. And we noticed this is the same for all the other countries, but then to be able to navigate this challenge and to make sure that the countries have ownership of their own of their own ministry, of their own health issues and things that need country level support, and not be very dependent on the donor funds. That's something that we had a huge discussion about. But then funding coming in silos is something that is of a priority to them, using these funds to be able to capacitate the entire network of diagnostics within Nigeria and the other countries as well. Skipping specimen transportation, but this is also another priority for Nigeria, but it's been the same for Ethiopia as well. And so at the moment in Nigeria, there are local third parties providing this transportation, and there's a need to make sure that this is a more nationalized program for sustainability. And then there's the laboratory QMS implementation impact. At the moment, only a few of the programs are implementing the LabQMS, and there's a need to expand the whole quality management system in all the laboratory network within the country. I already mentioned the country ownership of the entire program, the health network, and all the diagnostic tools and diagnostic network within the country, so that it is more country owned, rather than having too great a level of support or need for support from donor programs. So generally, the sustainability part is a priority for all three countries. The need to create systems that are more sustainable by coming up with creative strategies around the specific country level challenges is something that is a priority for all three countries. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makune, for that wonderful feedback from group 5. It's interesting that many of the countries do have similar challenges. Hence, I think why the LabCoP remains relevant. I see lab information systems, viral load scale up, quality management systems, waste management, biosafety and biosecurity. I can go on, but something that struck me in this list, which we have not always talked about, I think this group talked about sustainability, and I think it came in various forms. The other groups were saying, no, we need to think about funding and things like that. So this element of sustainability is important. And without taking much time, I think I just want to say most of the time, I think I personally, this is my own personal view. I think we have always taken sort of a uni kind of direction towards what we think sustainability is. And most of the time we talk of sustainability, we are always saying, is our government going to be able to fund this? And realistically, we know many of us are still struggling. We were talking about the Abuja Declaration not actually being met right now. Not many of us have managed to put that 15% to health. But could we think also sustainability, even if it's in the shorter term? Who else is there who is working in this area? Maybe somebody has got a 10-year plan, right? I think for me, we need to broaden the angle at which we look at sustainability and move forward. Sometimes it could just mean moving this from the pilot study to maybe somebody with a 4-year grant. Maybe sometimes it could mean talking to Juliet and her colleagues to know what are the priorities in the next 10 years. Sometimes it could mean us coming us all together, even up going to the level of the assembly or the G20 to say, these are the priorities. As they do their, what do you call it, replenishment and everything like that. We are pushing for funding to go in the direction that goes to those priorities. For me, that is sustainability. So I just wanted to bring that as well. So we have come to the end of this session. I just wanted to give a minute or two to anyone who would like to give us a sense of what are we picking from these priorities. I know we are going to build up on this exercise in our group discussions today. But just to bring it to a close, any one or two would like to pass a few comments and also call upon my colleagues to check if there is any questions in the chat from those that are online as well. Please go ahead, Beatrice. We can't hear you, maybe just cross-check. Maybe you can try to use a different mic.
Hello. Okay, sorry. So in our group 5 yesterday, when we were talking about waste management, this came up very strongly. And a lot of what we were discussing, Ethiopia has started, Nigeria has started looking at GTC waste. And we've really been talking about the strategies that Dave Bressler presented as the way forward. But if we look at it, because you know the disposal strategies, especially for GTC waste, are very expensive and very tedious. And so a good comment came up about how are we looking at other tests that we use the same platforms for, the same cartridges for, which are also generating GTC waste, and looking at not just focusing on VL and EID, but all these other tests to look at the long term, again, coming up with sustainability of having some of these systems in place. Because whether we like it or not, these platforms are being used a lot now and are going to be used some more. And so we're going to face this challenge, and it's a serious challenge. So we have to also think carefully about how we're going to fund GTC waste strategies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. It's a very important topic that is at the hearts of, I think, many of us here, and it's huge. I think we have done, I've said we have done so much to raise the awareness, and I'm glad this is really coming up. But the next stage is the one that is important, the what we should be doing. Now we know this is an issue, but what are we doing? And I'm glad there's already activity that is started. Just to also mention that, as you can see, the program is very tight. I'm sure, Juliet, you realize we had also some plans to actually have a dedicated session for waste management, but obviously it's an important subject that we at ASLM, as you know, we have this sub-community of practice that was mostly based on awareness, but we now want to go that step further. So in a few weeks, we will be kind of doing waste management LabCoP 2, where we are saying now, what are we doing really moving on? And it's not only GTC, it's whole laboratory waste. There is so much going out there. There's a lot of rapid tests that are there, the microplastics that are produced. It's huge, and it's also about the environment and where we are working. So I will not be tempted to continue going deeper in this big elephant, so to say. But just to say, I think I'm happy that there is a lot that is going there. I think colleagues from Zambia are doing so many experiments, and we are hoping that Thomas and Tim and Aaron will be happy to share with us when we have that LabCoP really moving forward. So colleagues, let me call upon the next chair to take us through the program. Dr. Clemenze, over to you.
morning. Good morning. Yes, we are all excited. We are actually on the last day, so we have a very exciting session to actually start. Again, thanks to all the wonderful speakers and the various section, the breakout groups that really gave a wonderful recap. So let's kick off this session. I think it's a good segue, having all those priorities aligned, and then now start talking about how do we balance those priorities with the stakeholders and the funders. But before I actually call on the next wonderful electrifying speakers, I just want to draw your attention to a few things. So first, I think if we can, myself, I'm very humble to be here. I'm humble with the wonderful progress that I've really seen. I think if we were to go back a few years ago, about 10 years ago, or 2010 exactly, we see that there's been some significant progress that have been made, especially when before there was even this ASLM, the movement that started talking about quality. You see, we've talked about all these declarations, Maputo Declaration 2008, the meeting in Senegal, the meeting in Lyon, all of these set up that stage for this movement, and the movement needed a body, a place to house it. And that's how ASLM came about. So we're all excited with all this progress that we're seeing. And I think there was a presentation that was given, I think, by Collins, talking about Dr. Diambo, talking about the 668 labs that have been accredited by 2020. But if you go back 10 years before that, there was 340 labs that were accredited. And out of those 340 labs, 312 were in South Africa, where we are. Only 28 labs were outside of Africa, outside of South Africa. And what does this mean? And even within those 28, there were most of those labs were all private labs or research labs that were doing research being funded. No ministerial health labs were created by then. But fast forward 10 years later, we have more than double the number of labs. And based on his presentation, also showed 55% of labs that are created are outside South Africa. That's a huge progress. And this is just one indicator that we're talking about. So I think we should all give a huge applause to ourselves for that. And in 2010, that was the beginning where there was so much that was written, talking about we need to end this lab system neglect. And imagine today we're talking about HIV and viral load, which solely depend on the lab. Without this system being developed, without this system being strengthened, there is no way we would have been able to begin to see this progress that we're talking about. And I think that's why this session that we're about to start is very important. Why? Because lab systems were not being funded. They were completely neglected. So this movement actually helped us galvanize the energy, maintain pressure on the stakeholders and funders, even Ministry of Health, to continue to support the lab system. So I think this next session, which we're about to start, I mean, imagine the millions, tens of millions of viral load that needs to be done, or HIV testing that needs to be done without a lab. Empirical treatment days are over. So this session is really important. So I think as we call on our next speaker to start looking at, again, Dr. George Alemji, who need no introduction, is actually our senior technical advisor for lab at the Office of the Global AIDS Coordinator. He's going to share with us PEPFAR laboratory approach for cost effectiveness and program implementation. So again, looking at what are the PEPFAR priorities, we've heard from you, your priorities, how do we align those priorities together? So I don't know if George presentation is up. George, if you're online, can you let us know? Dr. Alemji?
Yes, I'm online. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Over. Next, take over.
Are you seeing my slides?
Yes, we can see a slide.
Okay. So good, is it good morning or good afternoon there? I'm confused with time. So it should be afternoon or so, no, it should be morning your time. So again, good morning to everyone. It's been a great meeting as I listened to what was presented this morning from your previous discussion yesterday. I wasn't able to join the room. What I'll be presenting this morning seems to mirror a lot of what you guys have in your group discussion, which means things are all coming together. We're seeing the needs for us to change and also begin to implement some of the innovations. Today, I would like to really shift gear a lot and really come in to talk about what I just heard, particularly the sustainability piece of it. What we seem to do all the time, as I just heard Anafi said, we pay a lot of attention on issues that we want to do in lab and so on, but don't think about how is this being sustained? How can this be transitioned to government? So when I was asked to do this presentation, I felt the way to go is trying to is for us to begin to think about this culture of being more efficient and how and ensuring that we are implementing programs that are sustainable, both short and long term. For the PEPFAR program, we've done a lot over the years. So that is exactly what I would like to share this morning. I shared this slide on Tuesday, just reminding us from Ambassador Kengasong's presentation at the IAS, where he is encouraging that we should not see sustainability just in terms of the money, but look at it through the lens of political, the governments themselves, the government structures, leadership, the government leading programs, policy, and so on, and also programmatic, financial, and then, of course, the community. So my slide here, the third slide, I just wanted to zoom down to the third item on my left below, which is really talking about accountability and transparency. The message here is that we can do more with less if we do it well. So how effective are we managing our laboratory resources? Are we really thinking about the fact that this funding is coming in and we should be able to effectively use it for tomorrow, or it's just being consumed and there's no efficiency in the program that we run? For the PEPFAR program, over the past couple of years, we have had what we call flat funding, but we keep on seeing improvement in terms of number of people placed on AROT and so on, because of the fact that there are a lot of efficiency that we try to incorporate into the program. These are 5 ways that you can make your laboratory more sustainable. I would always like to tie sustainability with efficiency, because if you run an efficient program, definitely that program will become sustainable. So the very first thing that you want to really consider is to reduce the energy consumption and conserve your resources. We've seen in a lot of our country programs that in some of the countries, first of all, because of electricity issues, you spend a lot of money procuring these huge industrial generators. And once that is done, the rest of the money is used in procuring gas for these generators. So very little is going into the actual consumables and reagents themselves. So think about how you improve the energy consumption, your machines, what type of machines are you having in place? Now we have the opportunity to benefit from the solar panels and so on. If you are in a laboratory, you are not running tests, you see in some of the laboratories, the hood is on and running, the machines are all connected and switched on when no test is being run. So think about that as an aspect of improving the efficiency of your laboratory. I heard a lot about waste management. I'm so excited. I don't know if I should still say anything about that, but that is something that we seem to neglect. There's a lot that comes from laboratory waste. In the entire hospital system, the lab generates the most waste. And of course, waste that really needs to be disposed. So we need to pay a lot of attention on the sort of waste that we generate in terms of our packaging, even as you order. I remember in my house here, there was a day that the kids, they ordered something very little. And these Amazon people, they drop a big carton in front of my house. But I'm wondering, as a kid, what did you order? This, they were wondering, I said, okay, let's open this carton. When you open, you start going layers upon layers of unfolding until you see a little thing in that carton. And then this waste has to be disposed. So in all, we should think about how do we manage our waste? Are we going still using the plastic or the glass? And the incinerators, how efficient they are. So that is something that you should pay a lot of attention. And I heard it a lot. It came out of your discussions this morning from your group discussion yesterday. So take care of your equipment. I don't want to belabor the point because we know what has happened over the years with our machines. We go for machines not because of the fact that we need them, but because we want them or someone wants us to use that machine. Machines are not service. We don't have any preventive maintenance in place and they end up being very, very expensive to maintain them. Machines have to go through a life cycle. I think 4 to 5 years is maximum for most of the machines. So that also consumes a lot of our resources. Optimization of our processes. Again, I don't think I want to spend time here because we'll all be talking about our diagnostic network optimization. All that is doing is to improve the efficiency of our program. Looking at your procurement and your forecasting, are you just procuring and then tomorrow they are all incinerated? Are you forecasting where? Are you getting into laboratory? What about your staffing and so on? So think about that, the entire your lab operation and the entire lab processes. The last one is very interesting, is the incorporation of sustainability into your culture. I'm glad that came up again very serious this morning. In most of the work that we do, we don't think about how sustainable it is. We don't think about how can we do to reduce the cost of our work in laboratory. So reorganize and rethink about your workflow, think about your personnel, the staff that you hire, the machines, where are you servicing your machines? Think about things that can really support your program and make sure it doesn't collapse tomorrow if the funders are no longer there. So I really want to take you through some of the PEPFAR innovations that have been very critical and that have actually led to a lot of improvement in our operations. One is the all-inclusive pricing that we've been talking about. And we want to remind ourselves that before 2018, there wasn't a lot of coordination of laboratory activities. We did not have all these IDCs and this group. As a result of that, our procurement was not optimized. So we had a lot of issues, such as the low testing coverage, and we can see data that tells us that really that was what was going on before 2018. The procurement of more instruments, my last couple of slides, I would demonstrate that to you. And of course, inefficient instrument utilization, stockouts of reagents, these were all the things that we saw at that time. As we started working on how can we improve the efficiency. And of course, fragmented data system was also noticed. So as a result of that, for those of you who have been in the PEPFAR program for a while, remember this particular, I think this figure that came out of our 2018 PEPFAR meeting in South Africa. We said we have to think about how to address these issues about countries' continued requests. Countries come to the PEPFAR meeting, top on their list was the procurement of more machines. And this is where all the money was going. So we had this 2018 laboratory instrument inventory that we conducted. And this particular slide is telling us that for the conventional platforms, for almost all the countries, we saw huge underutilized capacity. This was really surprising to the countries. My next slide was the same exercise that we conducted, and it covers the point of care. I think at this point, we're just looking at the gene expert machine. Look at the huge underutilized capacity that was documented at this COP meeting. I'm talking about 4 or 5 years ago, please. Things have actually changed tremendously, particularly for the gene expert platforms. I mean, at that time, TB coverage was just about 10 to 15% for a lot of the countries, but we've seen a huge improvement in terms of TB testing coverage. We've seen this machine be also multiplexed and used to run viral load and infant diagnosis and COVID. So things have improved tremendously, but I'm just trying to take us back memory lane to say, where did we come from? In 2018, there was the last time that our PEPFAR countries came to us talking about more machines, because we showed them that you had more than what you needed, and all what you were supposed to do was just optimizing of your platform. So this was the beginning of the journey. And beyond that, for the PEPFAR guidelines, COP guidelines, for those who have been reading this document, we've had this overarching statement really telling countries teams to stop outright instrument procurement and then pursue what we call the all-inclusive pricing or the global purchasing order and all-inclusive pricing. And the intent was to address the issues that we mentioned earlier, the instrument downtime, poor services, and so on. And we've seen lots of benefits. We've not procured any machines since 2018. We've moved our countries to that level, even though not all the countries, but we have what we call the wave one countries. So what we did was what we call the request for proposal, the RFP, that has gone on for 3 years. And that RFP started with the wave one countries. They're all listed here. We have Nigeria, Mozambique, Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. These are countries that PEPFAR has huge laboratory procurement. So we started with the all-inclusive pricing with them. And of course, the aim was again to transition us from the multiple issues that we face and going into the all-inclusive pricing model, also incorporating the service levels agreement, and also the key performance indicators that we could use in measuring progress. And beyond that, there has also been establishment of what we call the viral load dashboards, which we encourage countries to really expand this, and it should become national and integrated. So what have we seen since then? We've seen a lot of efficiencies and impact from this wave one ROFP. We've seen very, very strong agreement and countries transitioning into the all-inclusive pricing that I mentioned, having the service level agreements in place. And my second bullet on the left is very, very important. I just received these figures from our USA supply chain team that over this period, 3 to 4 years running now, we've seen cost saving of above $50 million. So just imagine what has been saved through this process. And I want to remind ourselves that we're not just looking at money, we're looking at service delivery to our patients. We've seen a lot of improvement in terms of the viral load and EID tests, over 23 million, and also improvement in the volume of tests. So our patients, more patients have had access to testing. We've seen improvement in also in turnaround time. These are the service delivery things that we expect to see how to improve the patient-centered approaches. We've seen a reduction in instrument downtime. A lot of time we hear machines are down, hundreds of thousands of samples not tested, issues around stock out, less time focused on testing. So there's a lot that we've seen over the years just implementing the RFP in these 6 the tier 1 countries. These figures are there just to show us what I'm talking about. You can see what we were paying cost per test in 2019 and what is actually being paid in 2022 with a couple of the manufacturers that we all know. Look at the Hologic. Really, that was what actually led us to move this way. Unity Chai started this Hologic all-inclusive pricing, and we saw a huge benefit. Look at the Abbott and of course the Roche platform. So you can see this transition from getting out there from outright instrument procurement to this other new arrangement. Now for the CFIAT, I will explain in a couple of other slides. We've not seen any change, but there's a huge change. What we've seen is that we're still paying the 14.96, but the difference is that we're no longer procuring these machines. The difference is that we are no longer paying for services of these machines and also the cartridges. So there's a huge cost benefit here. For the ROFP, we did not just stop in terms of costing and so on. As I mentioned, we have key performance indicators. These are things that are critical. Our colleagues at country level use them all the time and from headquarters to monitor manufacturers. In fact, I don't have those slides to share today, but there are a lot of improvement in terms of us using the performance indicators to identify that these are gaps and work with manufacturers to address them accordingly. So service level agreements and also incorporating the key performance indicators are very, very critical components of this all-inclusive pricing that I'm talking about. Recently, we just got this contract agreement with the CFIAT on the 16 model. I'm saying we, not us, PEPFAR, this is an achievement within the Integrated Diagnostic Consortium. And CHAI and PEPFAR were delegated to lead this effort on behalf of the consortium. So we now have this agreement with CFIAT, and they have allowed us to have an all-inclusive pricing with the 16 model, just the 16 model at this time. And as I said earlier, it comes with a lot of potential benefits. we would just pay the $14.9 that you see here. No service delivery, no instrument procurement. Just paying that amount of money is going to be a huge implication for the program. My next slide, of course, is talking about the wave 2 countries. Now that we've seen all these benefits with the wave 1 countries, PEPFAR is transitioning to the wave 2 countries. There are lots of them mentioned here. Most of them are the West and the Central African countries that are coming up, and definitely once we completely transition from the current process to the all-inclusive pricing, we expect to see similar benefits like what we've seen with the wave 1 countries. Now, these are some of the objectives of the all-inclusive pricing model for the wave 2 countries. Of course, we really want to transition them to where we are with the wave 1 countries, also to include the service delivery and also the key performance indicators that we saw for the wave 1 countries. We are now at this stage of it because it's been going on. A lot of you in the room, you should be aware of what is going on. There was a webinar on this shared by our colleagues who are involved in this, the USA and the PEPFAR interagency team. It's been a process. I'm sure lots of these manufacturers have responded to this wave 2 RFP, and the data is being analyzed. And we hope that this is going to take us between 10 to 12 months. So there's a lot going on here, from the benefits of the wave 1 country and transitioning to the wave 2 country. So down the road, we're going to see lots of benefit. I have some potential challenges here that will be faced, and we are really working through to see how they can be addressed. One is what we call the volume commitment. We are a little bit worried now with the volume expectation of the wave 2 countries in particular, because, for example, the gene expert, they come with these 16 modern machines, but they need to have at least 10,000 tests per year. But if you look at those wave 2 countries, the West African countries, Central African countries, some of them may not get there. We're thinking about how to increase volume, and that discussion is ongoing. We also facing problems with weak in-country capacity for forecasting. And for us to really keep on going with the all-inclusive pricing, we need to be on top of things. We need to make sure that the data system in place, real-time reporting. So those are some of the challenges that we may likely face, and of course, they will be addressed. Also, some country commitment to signing what we call the data sharing agreement. Once we start this process, there's a need for the manufacturers to have data real time. More so if we are moving into what we're calling the vendor managed inventory, which I've explained, we need to work on that. But there are still concerns with countries. Some of them are worried, where is this data being kept? Or why do you need this data? And of course, we know the confidentiality of the data and the information about our participants or the patient that we support. So we fully understand. And we are working with that. Some countries are not very amenable to the all-inclusive pricing approaches. It's a challenge, but we continue to work with them, continue to go through the advocacy processes and messaging and showing the benefits of what we're seeing with the wave 1 country to say this is the way to go. And of course, some challenges with interagency data sharing. So this slide, of course, is what we really expect to see in terms of making a progress in that direction. What do you expect from the country teams? What can you do to really support us move this process forward? You need to accelerate the agreement of the interagency, the data sharing. We need that to happen as soon as possible to make sure that once your machines are connected, once we start the entire process, there is need for real-time interventions. And of course, full engagement with the Ministry of Health and other stakeholders. Our colleagues of Global Fund who saw from the slide on Tuesday that they are fully on board moving in this direction. Global Fund is funding most of the programs in the West and Central African region. So we are working very closely with our colleagues from Global Fund. And of course, there's a collective need for collective push to implement the data sharing agreement that I mentioned earlier. And of course, the very last thing is the advocacy for the vendor managed inventory, which I think I want to really, present that now. Yes, so this slide is on what I mentioned, the vendor managed inventory system. It's a new process that is coming up, not only new for us, but some other programs have been doing this. But for the RAE program, our HIV program, we are just beginning this. I think we have some of it going on now in Nigeria, in Mozambique, probably in Haiti. Haiti probably just starting, but this is a process that allows manufacturers to directly deliver stocks to the laboratories, and it's going to also lead to a lot of cost saving, because you avoid probably what we may describe as either the middleman or the local distributors, or your product going through the warehouse and the central stores, which sometimes creates a lot of problems. But we would be seeing some resistance, as we only heard from some of the countries, because they really want this to be going through the warehouse to show that country ownership aspect. Also, the fact that this also may help strengthening the in-country supply chain system. So we work that out together to make sure that we are not crumbling what is existing in the country. This is a country-owned process, so we don't really own it. We work with the country teams or the country themselves and the Ministry of Health to ensure that we implement programs that are really long-term and sustainable. And what does this mean for the local manufacturers or local distributors? Sorry, these are the people who are usually middlemen. And once they get into this process, it becomes more expensive. So just eliminating that local distributor can lead to a lot of cost saving. This slide takes us through the journey of a particular vendor managed inventory process. The very first thing that happens here is that, as I said earlier, there should be real-time data sharing. The manufacturer should have real-time access to the data. So once your inventory is running low, there's an automated replenishment order that is generated. So no one is physically calling someone to say, please, my stock is low. The system generates that data. It gets to the distributor or the manufacturer who sees this. And of course, the response is that this is replenished, the commodity is loaded onto your van, and is shipped back to the facilities or to the laboratory, and the order is replaced. Just imagine how simple this looks like. So we should, apart from just having that sort of the all-inclusive pricing model in place, we should think about additional inclusion of the vendor managed inventory, because this is what is helping to improve our efficiency. I don't have any data to share at this time with what is going on with our countries. I know we have our colleagues from Nigeria, Mozambique, and so on in the room. If you can have any data to share, or just tell us how this is coming up in your country, that would be great, because we think is the way to go. So this may be, and I think my last slide, I just heard Dr. Zay talking about laboratory accreditation. I would say that one thing that all of us can do that would lead to tremendous improvement in efficiency of the work that we do, that would lead to sustainability of our program, is laboratory accreditation. Once your laboratory is accredited, you start addressing those 12 quality management essentials and so on, you see tremendous savings in every area of your program. We've seen cost savings in countries and in laboratories that have been accredited. So if we ask me what is one thing that has to be done to really ensure that we are being efficient in the work that we do, and we're thinking about sustainability of our program, I would say please work towards quality improvement and accreditation of your laboratories. So this is my last presentation slide, as I said. So I want to acknowledge all my colleagues from the PEPFAR, the supply chain work stream within the COOP, our interagency colleagues, the PEPFAR field teams, the PSM. And again, thanks to the organizers of this conference. I really encourage the ASLM community of practice to really think about how are you addressing sustainability in your work, and how are you working to improve the efficiency of the things that you do. So with that, I want to thank you so much, and over to you, and I look forward to responding to any of your questions. Over to you, Dr. Zay.
Thank you, Dr. Alemji, for that electrifying presentation. That's wonderful. And again, we heard from Dr. Alemji about clearly describing sustainability to us. What does it mean for PEPFAR? And also talked about the underutilization of instrument, all-inclusive, and transition to wave 2 countries. I think these are all great things, and especially looking at new and innovative way for savings, bringing in the vendor managed inventory. I think those are all wonderful. So with that, in the interest of time, we will now move to the next speaker. Again, our next speaker, Juliet Brand, also need no introduction, has been here with us for the last 3 days and working with a lot of you. So she's going to be providing the Global Fund perspective for laboratory strengthening and talking about more again into the those priorities. Over to you, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. And I just want to say thank you, George, if you're still with us and you can hear. That was a really well done, really interesting talk. And I had a few questions, but but now I'm on board. So let me start by saying thank you for the privilege of having a second opportunity to speak to this amazing group of people. As Clement said, I'm also feeling very humbled. I'm humbled by your expertise and your hard work. You guys have a lot of stamina. We've been doing long days, and just your perseverance. I have a lot of respect for the major challenges that you are facing in your countries, and I hope that in the next few minutes, what I can speak on today can somehow be of help. Let me advance to my next slide. So, okay, so this slide I shared 2 days ago, and I just wanted to reiterate the fact that the new Global Fund strategy really does represent a broadening of scope and the potential opening of doors to funding different kinds of activities, but we are a country-driven operating model, and therefore, in order to sort of respond to these broader needs, the voicing has to come from you all. You have to learn, and I'm very willing to engage with you in multiple different forums other than just today, about how to leverage your various different needs so that we can begin thinking beyond the classical HIV, TB, and malaria prerogatives, and how to advocate for those. Oops. How's the... Okay, so our funding cycle from the Global Fund is a 3-year cycle. And there, I think 3 years is a very short time. We have people internally who've been advocating for a change in the duration of the funding cycle because the kinds of improvements and investments that we want to make take many more than just 3 years to put into place. But nevertheless, that's what it is currently. And to break it down a little bit further, we've got the outer circle in pale blue is this concept of country dialogue, which is ongoing throughout the entire cycle, a back and forth of discussions about priorities and implementation arrangements. But perhaps the most critical phase is in the preparation phase, which is highlighted in those boxes on the side there. So I'm going to go through today, my talk really today is about the mechanisms and the processes the Global Fund has. And I think, let me just say that I have only been at the Global Fund for 1.5 years. So I have not myself gone through an entire funding cycle. And probably some of you here in the room know this cycle much more intimately than I do and are well aware of these processes, but maybe not all. And that's the purpose of going through some of these different steps to highlight the stages at which the things where you have the most power to try to implement change and then ensure that the change then can be realized. So the first step, the first little arrow there I have is about the program split. So let me explain a little bit more some of the basics of how this works. So the Global Fund eligibility for countries is determined by disease burden and the income level of the countries. And that determines the overall eligibility for funding. And then the countries can be eligible for the 3 different diseases, and that will define the entire package and envelope. In the bottom there, you see the symbol in green, which is for the cross-cutting RSSH, or Resilient and Sustainable Systems for Health. This is typically where your lab systems investments would be within that RSSH component, but there is no direct allocation for that. It's critical to understand, therefore, that this is where the battles happen and the struggles within countries, is to define how can you convince the communities that are advocating for the HIV, TB, and malaria funding, that the RSSH components are worthwhile and that will help benefit their other targets. And in December this year, the Global Fund will be sending out their next round of allocation letters, which explain to the countries the size of the envelope and the suggested indicative split between the different diseases. And what they're going to say this year is that we hope that countries will allocate a minimum of 10% to RSSH. But this is indicative, and the countries have the full ability to change this split and reallocate their funds. In addition, I've also shown this slide last Tuesday about the catalytic kinds of investments. So these are the investments which are administered directly from headquarters. And the important thing here is to know the role of matching funds. So in this last cycle of funding drive, our replenishment drive was not as successful as we had hoped. We were aiming for 18 billion in total funds and only managed so far to bring in around 14.3 billion. And this means that the fighting and the struggles over this allocations are going to be more intense than ever. And the role of matching funds is where we have private sector donations that can be matched to what individual host countries do. And this is what we do to try to incentivize the sustainability component. So we want the host governments to be committing their own internal resources to working on these health systems improvements. And particularly for lab systems, we have commitments now from the Rockefeller Foundation to match the host country allocations. And this will also be explained in the allocation letters, which are coming out just in this coming months in December. Okay, I want to say a little bit here about country dialogue. May I ask here in this room, for those of you who've been directly involved in country dialogue, to raise your hands? Okay, that's not so many raised hands, some. And how many of you have been involved in presenting directly to the country coordinating mechanisms, the CCM, about laboratory investments? Okay, so this is what I will hope will change in the next LabCoP meeting. What we really badly need is for those of you who are the leaders in your laboratory systems and sectors to be ready to be directly involved in this country level decisions about the disease split, okay? Because this, I am convinced, is where a lot of the road blockages are for not being able to fund lab systems. And I think that some of you have direct experience of you're involved in funding proposal preparations. You submit these things and then there's silence and you don't hear, and then things don't get funded and you don't know where it has gone wrong. Believe me, the lack of approval for these lab systems proposed investments is not in Geneva. It's probably in your own countries. Okay, so this process of country dialogue is the most important at this funding, at the decision about the program split. And there's lots of different activities related to the CCM where they need to submit documents showing that they have transparent and inclusive processes for evaluating the funding requests. And we have a division within the Global Fund headquarters that evaluates these documentations. But what I would like to suggest is that tomorrow, when we have the Lab Directors Forum that many of you will be participating in, that we try to take advantage of having our communications expert here, David, and get some video clips of individuals of you, if you are willing to say a few words, say your name, say your country, say your role, and record yourselves for just 1 or 2 sentences saying why you want to be part of the country dialogue within your own, within your settings. I think that could be useful, and we could use these video clips then to try to advocate change. Personally, I think that we need to have laboratory directors sitting on the CCMs. And and I haven't been at Global Fund long enough for realizing sort of why this isn't in place already. but it's something that I'm going to internally be trying to advocate for. Okay, so on this slide, this is a busy slide, but it shows, again, referring to the modular framework structure. So there's three different major classes. There's the HIV, TB, and malaria grants. Countries can have standalone RSSH grants. There's very few countries that have done that, actually. And so that means that typically the RSSH components or the lab systems components are embedded within the other country grants. Some countries, for example, the Philippines, have now decided they're not going to have three separate grants. They're going to have one consolidated funding proposal for all of their health systems components and the disease activities. And that's also an option that countries could go for. Internally, we've had other people who, within Global Fund, who have been saying this is the way to go. But for various reasons, this is not going forward. So in this slide here, I'm showing sort of the relationship between the national strategic plans, which we do believe needs to be the sort of fundamental groundwork basis on which the funding requests are prepared. Now, you're rarely going to be able to fund all of your various different national strategic plans, particularly for labs within these funding requests. But it's very important that you begin to articulate all of the additional requests that you wish to be funded, and these get put under PAR, so the prioritized above allocation request. It's an acronym here. If you can manage to make sure that these budget lines are articulated clearly and registered, then during other kinds of processes of reprogramming or optimization, as the funding cycle progresses, they can become eligible for funding. So it's important to have that global overall vision from the beginning. Now, when you're creating your funding requests, one of the things that's really also important is the whole accompanying narrative and justification. I do firmly believe that almost any kind of intervention can be eligible if it is just well justified. And from my perspective of not the only funding request that I have reviewed so far, because I haven't been there long enough for the other core grant cycles, has been the COVID-19 response mechanism requests. And so often what we found was essentially a very long laundry lists of health products and commodities that countries are requesting without an accompanying vision about where you believe these things will go. And to build on what George was just saying now about procurement requests, in many of your countries, you have very large fleets of instruments already that are not being well utilized. And yet there is a tendency to request for more and more instrumentation. And so what we counsel you to try to think about how you can envision using the instruments you already have very well, and what do you need to put into place and so to improve that better utilization going forward. And it's not advancing. Okay. So on this slide here, there's this daunting list of different documents that are required as part of the application package. I imagine that many of you are not involved in this level of detail of preparing the funding requests, but I think it would be useful within your directors and your divisions to dedicate a staff member who can attend different trainings and learn about all these details, because this is part of the granularity and the difficulties, I think, of trying to make sure that the requests that you are preparing, very difficult, and all of your vision makes it through all of the various different processes. One of the key stages of the funding cycle review is the technical review panel. These are external members that we convene to go through the funding requests and articulate their concerns about the gaps and what's missing. And it's critically important that after each cycle, that the countries can demonstrate that they are addressing what the TRP said in the last funding cycle. So it would behoove you all to work with your country counterparts that are directly involved in these global fund mechanisms to understand what were the critiques in the last cycle. And many of the recurring critiques is that there's not enough integration. So we have both internally within the Global Fund and our external advisors with this unanimous voice saying, we know we need to move in the direction of integrated systems. And it's important for us as a community, I think, to understand what are the barriers? Why is it that we're not necessarily moving in that direction quickly enough? And believe me, I know that the barriers are complex. So here I've just listed the different submission dates and windows. And one of the things that we are doing within the Global Fund is trying to invite smaller groups of countries to come and gather together based on what is their window to go through and work with you as a community of lab directors much more closely to help you through, learn about all of these processes so you can have your voices heard more effectively. So I'm going to skip here. This slide here, which will be shared with you amongst all of the other presentations, lists some of the published resources that are available on the website. We do have, in some ways, too many different resources, so it can be overwhelming. And as I said last time, a good starting point is our information node on RSSH. But we also have different kinds of training sessions which you can register for and participate in to learn about some of the other detailed processes. And then soon you will have so much more expertise about this than I do even internally. So here about timelines, regardless of what window your country falls into, now is the time to start thinking about the country dialogue. Okay, so some of these, the allocation letters saying what the indicative program split should be was going to come out in December, but the dialogue process, which is surely different in each one of your countries, is gearing up and starting now. Now, I have the last few slides, which are about introducing a particular Excel tool. So I know you all are familiar with multiple different kinds of assessment tools, and your countries have been involved through ASLM support in various different assessments. And there's probably other kinds of assessments that don't necessarily focus on the lab systems that your countries are also very involved in. So we have a particular Excel spreadsheet tool, which is intended to build upon these to help you specifically for your funding preparations in terms of turning those assessments into lists of prioritized interventions. And it will seem very familiar to you because it's based on the LabNet scorecard system. So you've got your 9 pillars of lab systems. And for each one of those, it will walk you through asking different kinds of survey questions. You generate your scores. These can be new and modified or essentially the ones that you've just gone through in your other previous exercises. And then depending on the scores, it will generate a list of suggested interventions which are appropriate based on the scoring system. And the whole idea is to help you go through these various different systems. I think there's a few countries so far that use this in the context of our laboratory strategic initiative to try to identify things. You will still likely have over 100 different priorities. So there will still be lots and lots to discuss. But I do suggest that this is a good starting point. And I wish, this is my last slide here, I wish I had put in a final last slide about waste management, but I didn't, and now I'm just going to say one thing about waste management, and that is that I think within the Global Fund, there is an opening also and a realization that we need to work much more on waste management, and perhaps we can even get the organization to think beyond just the healthcare component of waste management. So the laboratory issues for waste management is a very small part of a larger, huger problem. And I think that as within the context of the ASLM sub-COP on waste management, which I'll be part of, and working with Anafi on trying to plan some of these presentations and interactions, we can start thinking about how the Global Fund can partner with other development partners to have larger programs where the healthcare component will be part of a larger agenda. So thank you all. I hope I have not gone over time, and it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Juliet. That's wonderful, wonderful presentation. Well, I know we are running behind over time, but I will definitely find room, definitely create room now for just some few questions, at least for the next 5 minutes. Well, we can do this by raise of hands, but I would have loved to summarize some of the things that we heard from Juliet. I think she gave a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Thinking beyond the big three and the funding cycle, 3 years. But I think one of the most important things that we had here is the lack of involvement of our lab directors in the CCM process. I think even during the breakout session, we heard this over and over that, oh, our priorities are not being funded. We are never invited on the table. Now you've heard it directly that you need to get on the table. Please work with your country team and be on the table. So while we I look around, I don't know if there's any question or any hands up or online. Oh, great. Go ahead.
Thanks, Clement. I'm Dr. Victor Vijira from Uganda. My question goes to George Alemji. I don't know if he's still online or anyone else can answer.
No, please go ahead.
It's about the all-inclusive pricing, the CFID agreement. I saw it's a March 2022 agreement. If I'm not wrong, I believe a number of countries within this room have been procuring GX16 CFID platforms, the experts, and most should be using Global Fund money this year. How are we ensuring these agreements are adhered to and countries are implementing them in their dealings with these manufacturers? Thank you.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
George and Juliet. George, go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I think that is a journey that we just began. It was in March that we had this agreement. As we saw from our presentation on Tuesday, PEPFAR is far gone with the all-inclusive pricing. As I said, our colleagues with Global Fund are moving in the same direction. So if the ST procuring, I'm sure it's a transition activity and we'll eventually get there. So I will just allow Julia to continue talking about this, but what I know so far is that we are working together with Global Fund and they are fully on board with this and we're moving forward together. So our only challenge in the West African region is that volume commitment, which we're trying to see how to address it. Juliet, maybe you have more to add to this.
So thank you, George, and thank you for the question. I think it's really important to underscore the different operating models of PEPFAR and Global Fund. So the challenge is that the Global Fund monies are dispersed to the countries. And then if the countries want, well, first of all, I think many countries actually have blockages in their MOH in terms of their policies, that they cannot engage in leasing leasing agreements, that the ministries dictate that outright purchasing must happen. So that's a problem. Another major problem is about this volume commitments. So PEPFAR is able to engage in these global agreements because they consolidate all of their purchasing power across countries. And therefore they spread the risks associated with the reagent rental agreements across all the countries. But if an individual Ministry of Health is going to have a reagent rental agreement with Roche and they don't meet their volume commitments, then there's going to be penalties, and those are financial risks. And so I think the barriers and the difficulties for the countries to get involved in these SLAs is about this financial risk. Who's going to take on the risk? Global Fund's isn't going to take on the risk because the money has already been dispersed. So this is the kind of thing that Global Fund and the US government partners, we need to work at and understand what we can do. And believe me, we're all wanting to work on this because I think in an ideal scenario, you would have the PEPFAR signing and helping to set up and negotiate the reagent rental agreements. And then somehow the funding that originated with Global Fund, but is dispersed to the countries, can then be used to finance the actual procurement of the commodities via the reagent rental. But I'm not a contracting specialist, and I realize that it very quickly gets into contracting and legal agreements, which are very much more complicated than viruses.
Thank you. Thanks, Juliet. Thanks, George. All right, we'll take two more questions. Frank? Okay.
Thank you, Clement, as a chair. Also, thank you, the presenters. Mine will be in form of a comment of appreciation. We have been talking about multiplexing in the last few years, more so in the last 1 year and also during COVID, and going ahead, that is a strategy. I appreciate the fact that the 16 modular gene expert is now being discussed for placement, and of course provides a better platform for multiplexing. The limitation has been multiplexing so many diseases on an equipment that has got very low throughput. That has been a very big hindrance and limitation to open multiplexing. I am looking forward to see how the year opens up. I'm sure when we meet next year, that will be one of the big things to look at in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank, for that great comment. Okay, one last hand up, go ahead, and then we'll transition to the next session.
Yeah, my name is Chancellor Javra from Malawi. So it's clear from the Global Fund point of view of presentation that I think there is a gap in terms of how the lab directorate representative into the CCM. My question is, how are we strategically looking at how best do we support the lab directorate to be able to be voicing out, to be able to be involved in the CCM and decision making in the countries? How are the partners, Global Fund, probably ASLM, and then even other partners in the country? How are we strategically positioning ourselves to help our lab director to be able to know what every process that actually happens, and then eventually support our lab director to be able to be participating in the CCM and making decisions that would help the countries? I just wanted to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great question and a comment. Juliet, I don't know if you...
Can I also comment on that? Can I comment on that?
Can you just paraphrase your question? Keep it brief.
Okay, so I'm saying that we all know that it's coming clear that one of the challenges that we're facing is the fact that the lab directorate, probably they're not really represented in the CCMs, which eventually affects some of the implementation, some of the strategic decisions that has to be made, and then eventually also resource mobilization for the laboratory systems. My question is, now that we know that that element is missing, how best are we strategically positioning ourselves to help the lab directorate, either including trainings and any other support, maybe involving the CCMs, PRs in the country, when they are maybe putting up the teams that will actually concentrate on the CCMs? How best do we make sure that the lab directorate is represented, and also not only represented, but being able to make a difference? How best are we training them, positioning themselves? So we're talking of Global Fund, probably ASLM and other organizations. How best do we make sure that the lab directorate is able to voice out and they're able to deliver information which will help to get funding that will help to support the systems?
So
Yeah,
thank you for that excellent question. Let me start by saying not all countries have a laboratory directorate. Just despite the fact that in the Maputo Declaration, it was recommended that each ministry should have a laboratory director. So number one is that problem needs to be addressed in the countries that do not have a consolidated entity whose responsibility is the oversight of the whole laboratory system. But that's a big problem, and that's nothing that the Global Fund can solve on its own. That's a country level political dilemma that needs to be addressed. But what ASLM can do, and what myself and colleagues within the Global Fund can do, is first of all, encourage you all to be very closely connected to the country teams within the Global Fund that are responsible for the oversight of your portfolio. They can help you understand the timing of when CCM meetings are going to happen and connect you with those individuals. And then you can start preparing your own advocacy materials so that you can try to get an appointment and a timing where you can go and present your needs. I think that's a process. And I think, I mean, let me just leave it at there. I think there's this internal advocacy that needs to happen. And also perhaps you can, with discussing with your own country stakeholders, try to better understand what has happened in the past. Have you submitted funding applications where things got cut? Did you get feedback and understanding why? And at what stage in the process was they cut? So I didn't mention maybe well enough in my presentation now that the grant, there's, after initial approval, there's this key step of grant making where there's continued negotiations. And that's where sometimes you've requested 50 instruments and it gets cut down to 25. Or you've requested that you want computers and infrastructure in your peripheral labs so that you can even have a functional laboratory information system. But those computers get cut off the list. Do you know why and when those cuts are being made and who is making the decisions? So you can try to understand from your side, but I am just really pretty sure that those cuts are not happening in Geneva.
Thanks,
Clement, can I say something here?
This session, I'll just turn to the CEO, Mr. Nkobile Ndobo. He has one last comment before we wrap up this session.
Yeah, so thanks very much for this conversation. I would like to propose my thoughts, but I mean, the directors are here, you know, and they are, you know, experiencing some of this. Probably maybe one or two of them could say, I mean, we're speaking for them, you know, how can they be positioned for that? What are the experiences in their countries? I think if we can maybe, I mean, I'll put one of them on spot. I'm just looking at, I mean, Cindy from Eswatini, if you're here, Daniel from Ethiopia. I mean, yes, Joseph, the directors are here. And I think if we can get a bit of insight, where are the bottlenecks? Otherwise, we are putting just a few comments. I think that'd be nice also to help us address these issues practically.
Thanks. I think we have plenty of hands up now. I'm just wondering, we are running out of time. I think we can continue this dialogue during tea break. I know these are very important. And in fact, the next section where we're going to have lab directors and the funders are having the next section dialogue, we'll answer some of these questions. And I'll definitely beg your indulgence for us to move on and then answer this question during our next session and also during the tea break. Please continue this dialogue. So I would like to invite the CEO, Mr. Nkobile Ndobo, for us to move on to the next session, which involve how to improve the relevant and level of funding for laboratories. So I think he will come and then invite the lab directors as well as stakeholders for this wonderful discussion. I love this question that we just started. I think will be answered in this next session.
So thank you. Can I have the free mic? So let me take this opportunity to invite my panelists. I think things are getting very interesting. So hopefully, interesting. So let me invite
So let me invite my panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Kemi, if Dr. Kemi from NHLS South Africa, also Dr. Diomande from Cote d'Ivoire. I also want to invite Gregory from South Sudan. So if we can come forward, let me also invite Juliet. Today you are going to overwork. Also, I want to, yes, George, I assume you're still online. I think we can sit, let's just have this nice sitting arrangement. So we can sit here. And then lastly, I'm going to invite Tandy from the Gates Foundation. Yes. All right. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we are all here. So colleagues, good morning. This morning I have one of the difficult tasks to talk about money. That's not an easy task, and I'm not a financial expert. But I think we have the right mix today. We have the countries that are represented here from South Africa, from Cote d'Ivoire, and lastly from South Sudan. And we have got our partners and the donors from Global Fund and also from PEPFAR, and lastly from the Gates Foundation. So let me try and maybe paint a bit of picture in terms of what we are trying to address here. So we have a situation where on one hand, we have the need for the resources. And this is really coming from the countries. And then on the other hand, we have funding available, but with some issues of accessing it and sometimes even the issues of absorption. So I think that is a good problem to have, especially in Africa. So we have the funding, and we're trying to create this link and join these dots so that whatever the gaps that needs to be funded are actually getting funded with the funding that is currently available. So that's the discussion that we are going to be having. Realizing that government funding is there, but may not be sufficient. And of course, there is really extensive funding, significant funding that is coming from some of our partners. So what we want to analyze today to try and make the most of the funding that is available is how we can address the alignment of priorities. I think that's number one. And also when the laboratory directors or the laboratory services receive this funding, sometimes it may not come to them directly, and because of that, you have got difficulties in mobilizing some of those funds. And also some of the issues are hopefully that we are going to talk about is the capacity within the lab services, to develop robust funding request that will convince Juliet here to just sign the check away. So that's why I said I've got the difficult task to talk about money. So to get us started, so today I didn't have the countries this side and the partners, so it's a different arrangement. So I think this is much better. So to get us started, I want to talk to Cote d'Ivoire. So Dr. Diomande, and my question to you really is around your strategic plan and its funding. I understand that in Cote d'Ivoire, you have a strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, you are defining your priorities, you are defining your interventions. So my first question to you is, can you elaborate to us whether or not the implementation of your laboratory strategic plan is completely funded? So that's my first question to you. Money for your laboratory strategic plan. Oops. Can I have another microphone?
Merci, monsieur le directeur. C'est bon? Je peux... OK. Merci, monsieur le directeur. Notre plan national stratégique de laboratoire n'est pas totalement financé. La grande majorité des activités sont financées, mais il y a des parties qui ne sont pas financées. Nous savons qu'au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a au moins 736 laboratoires, dont 11 qui sont au niveau central. Nous avons effectivement des activités qui ne sont pas totalement financées. Maintenant, s'agissant des activités qui ne sont pas financées, nous avons, par exemple, par rapport aux ressources humaines, la répartition des ressources humaines, comment il faut les répartir et comment il faut financer et permettre, assurer que ces ressources humaines soient le plus qualifiées possible. Trouver des financements pour la formation de ces ressources humaines. On n'a pas assez suffisamment de financement là-dessus. Nous avons, par rapport au transport des échantillons, pouvoir faire une intégration du système de transport intégré. C'est vrai qu'il y a des transports partiels par programme ou bien par bailleur. Nous voulons faire une intégration totale au niveau national du transport des échantillons. Nous cherchons des financements dans ce sens-là aussi. Nous avons aussi la formation continue des acteurs du système de laboratoire, que sur ce plan-là, on cherche des financements. Par rapport aux autres activités sur le laboratoire, nous avons le financement à partir du PEPFAR, du Fonds mondial. Nous avons des financements.
So thank you so much, Dr. Diomande. So just a follow-up question to you. So you talk about some of the areas of your strategic plan being funded, and you mentioned PEPFAR. Do you have any other funding mechanisms, whether domestic or others, in terms of funding some of the areas in your strategic plan?
Oui, l'État, il y a déjà un financement de l'État par rapport à tout ce qui est activité de laboratoire, les aspects que l'État prend en charge. L'État, forcément, il donne sa partition, par exemple, sur les achats de certains produits de laboratoire, sur certains équipements. L'État a des financements qui permettent de faire. Mais certains aspects, on se tourne beaucoup vers les bailleurs. Comme je l'ai dit, le PEPFAR, nous avons aussi le Fonds mondial, nous avons aussi Shine, qui commence déjà à venir en Côte d'Ivoire, qui va faire un financement assez assez intéressant pour l'État de Côte d'Ivoire. Mais dans la globalité, ce que l'État donne n'est pas suffisant. Nous nous tournons maintenant vers les bailleurs pour pouvoir nous aider en la matière.
Thank you so much for that. So Juliet, I'm going to be coming to you. Just a follow-up question from what Dr. Diomande. But let me jump to South Sudan. And hopefully when Juliet responds, she may touch some of the issues that are also coming from South Sudan. So Gregory, from South Sudan, who is funding? Who is funding your laboratory request? What are the funding streams that you have in South Sudan? And if you could also elaborate if you've got some difficulties also in accessing some of the public or government funds from South Sudan. Who is funding? What are your funding streams?
Thank you. Actually, South Sudan is the youngest country in Africa that got its independence in 2011. Coming from war, that explains that we really have difficulties in funding. Definitely, the government is not in position to fund most of the laboratory programs. As such, we are really donor dependent in almost all our programs. And the major donors are the PIFA through implementing partner ICAP. Then we have CDC and of course the Global Fund. And all our programs are actually being funded by these bodies. As to the difficulties that we face in the funding, especially from these donors, I should say we really don't have problems on our programs that are aligned. We really receive efficiently and we implement them. A special PIFA has got a technical advisor, technical assistant, who really sits with us and help us actually how to align all the priorities. So in that regard, we really get what we ask for. For Global Fund, there is a little bit of difficulty. First of all, South Sudan is not a principal recipient of Global Fund money. It comes through UNDP. Then from UNDP, it goes to implementing partner, not even directly to the laboratory. So you can see that journey and what goes in between and difficulties that really, in practical terms, maybe what has been approved may not even reach the laboratory. So here, we are really in very, very great difficulties. However, we do appreciate the help or the assistance that is being extended, that we are able to execute a lot of programs with Global Fund money. I think that is appreciated. The only problem is, as I said, that long journey. I think 2 weeks ago, the country team from Geneva came to South Sudan and we aired these difficulties. And I was glad some of our worries were answered by what she talked about, because our worry was we write, we align, but at the end of the day, we don't get the funding. So we were even asking, could we be told where we went wrong so that we can, improve? But even the country team was not able to, give us a concrete answer. I think we then resolved that maybe the problem was within the CCM. And we started at that very point to, advocate that we should be a member of CCM so that we really see that what we have proposed, what we have aligned really goes through, so that we know that whether it is Global Fund up there. And of course, the same question comes, how? Because it is not easy for the director of laboratory to say, okay, I want to be a member in the CCM. So we were even convincing the Global Fund county team to maybe put a clause, to CCM that Directorate of Laboratory Service is so important. Please, could it be a member of the CCM?
So I'm going
Thank you.
to maybe pause here, but I'll come back to you really to, I think, ask what assistance you will need, because you seem to have gotten it right for PEPFAR. What are the things that we can do differently for the Global Fund so that the money and the journey is short? So maybe you might have some ideas. Maybe I'll come back to you later for that question. So let me switch, Juliet. In your presentation, on your first slide, you talk about thinking beyond the big three, and I think that's good news to everyone here, and that's what we have been waiting for. And by the way, colleagues, I want, if you're having any comments and any questions, please note them down. Maybe we are going to have 5 minutes that you can maybe shoot to some of our stakeholders or even contribute to some of the conversations that are happening here. So Juliet, I want to understand funding coverage. And I was happy to see the thinking beyond the big three. So from the Global Fund perspective, do you think that your priority areas for investment are slowly growing to really adequately cover the country needs? I think that's the thinking beyond the three. So how is that evolving or how can we tap into some of the investments to support beyond the big three?
So thank you for that question. Is this on? Okay. So I guess the point I firmly believe is that by investing in laboratory systems, you benefit the big three. The whole point is that you're building a house, your health system, if you envision the metaphor of a house, and the laboratory systems and the capacity for laboratory diagnostics and everything that you need for that is the foundation. And by building that strongly, then you can address not just HIV, TB, and malaria, but any other disease that emerges. So that's the argumentation. Your question of whether or not Global Fund is going to be able to funding coverage, it's a finite pie of funds. And I guess the battle is over how you divide the pie. And what I would love to see is more work on that foundation, because I do firmly believe in the sort of spillover effects. Just an example of that is many countries did try to invest in next generation sequencing and genomics with their C19 funds, but sometimes they're just purchasing the equipment and spending a little bit of money on training. And that's not, I don't think, going to be sustainable investments for the future. So there needs to be
more of this bedrock investments in education. Can I say something about, to respond to the comments here from South Sudan about PRs and money flow within countries? Because I think that that was such an incredibly important comment. And it is true that in my presentation this morning, we've been talking about getting approvals for funding proposals, but that's just the first step in a long series of challenges. Very often I think, and what I'm hearing more and more from you all, is that even when funding approvals, that we've got a beautiful grant proposal and it gets awarded and the money arrives in the country, but then there are blockages. There are ways where the laboratory doesn't even seem to be able to touch the resources that we know have been approved, and those budget lines are there. But when they try to go to the PR, they're told that the money isn't available, or there's these kind of difficulties. And those are all about the nitty gritties of the implementation arrangements. Who are the PRs? Who are the sub-recipients? And if laboratory directorates could learn about the fiduciary requirements to become a subrecipient and then therefore control the purse strings a bit more directly, I think maybe that could help facilitate many things.
Thank you so much, Juliet. I'll come later to you, I think, so that we can reflect on some of your slides you presented in terms of what are the ingredients for a successful, application to access, or what are the challenges that you're experiencing, so that the countries here can learn from that. So let me switch and come to South Africa. So my question to you is really around, visibility on the amount of resources or funding that is needed to make sure that your laboratory, services are doing well. So as a director, do you feel that you have sufficient visibility on what needs to be funded across? And that's the first, I think, part of my my question to you. Yeah, maybe let's start from there.
Thanks very much, Program Director. I think in South Africa, we're fortunate in that because we are a public entity separate from government and being a parastatal, that we've got a full visibility and control over our budget. We're governed by a board, which is an independent board that reports to the Minister of Health, but the board is independent and is the accounting authority. So we are quite fortunate in that we draft our budget, and we estimate what's the volume of tests and what's the revenue. So our main source for our revenue, about 90% comes from fee-for-service from the provinces. And just to explain the mechanism, you've got a National Department of Health with the National Revenue Fund, and you've got provincial departments of health, and they get allocated a share of the national revenue. So from that, they then budget for lab services. And we then provide the lab services and charge them on a fee-for-service basis. So every test that we do, we charge them a set tariff. The tariff is agreed between the Minister of Health, the provinces, and ourselves. We get reimbursed in that manner. We also have other sources of income for the national competencies. So our National Institute for Communicable Disease, National Institute for Occupational Health, and our teaching and training, we get grants from the National Treasury for that. And then we also have other income, such as the donor funding. And we also generate small amounts of other income. There are risks involved. 5 years ago, we were in serious trouble. So whilst we billed the provinces, they didn't have enough cash to pay us. And so we were going on a month-to-month basis. We've now stabilized the organization through various means and agreements we've had with the provinces. So now we're very financially stable. We show a surplus on an annual basis, and we have got enough cash in bank to cover us for at least 3 months, which is what our target is for the reserves. We've got the capacity to be able to spend the donor funds. We use it for priority programs. What we are trying to do is to look at some of the bottlenecks, such as procurement, such as capacity, in order to be able to improve that. So we've got total control, total visibility. We know exactly, we have to account to Parliament as to what's our cash in bank, what's our surplus and deficits, and we've got quite a well-run system.
Maybe to put you on the spot, I don't know if you can answer it, that's fine. If you can't, it's still okay. So how much of your funding, maybe roughly in percentages, is domestic funding and is donor funding? I mean, you seem to really have like a sustainable like domestic funding already mechanism that you have built here in South Africa. How much of that was the like the percentage for some of the donor funding that is contributing?
So I've got the stats on my computer, so I can give you the exact stats. But our revenue in South African rands is about 12.7 billion. Of that, 11.4 billion is from test revenue. And I would think donor funding, so conditional grants is just around, that's the grants from government. That's for the national functions that we run. That's about 1 billion rands. And donor funding, I would think, comes to around 700 million. I can ask Pedro to just check. So it's a very small proportion.
Okay.
And our donor funding relates mainly to HIV and TB. We don't get any donor funding for malaria, just very small grants for malaria. Yeah, so as I said, we use donor funding to supplement our activities rather than be dependent on it.
Okay, I think that's a very unique and a very great example there. So you talked about having the ability to absorb some of the donor funding. So Juliet, I think let me put you on the spot here. You have some of the funding that countries are requesting, and from where you are sitting, you sometimes see countries not really utilizing or absorbing some of the funding. I mean, do you want to comment on that? Just briefly before I switch in.
Je crois que j'ai déjà trop parlé.
Sorry?
I think I've already spoken enough. So your question is about
countries
absorption.
having, yes, absorption, countries having the budgets, but they are not moving as you would want them to move.
It's true. We have the ironic and tragic situation where some of the poorest countries with the weakest lab systems and weakest overall health systems are the least successful in absorbing their grant monies. Like 4 or 5% of their total budgets get spent. And then what happens is that money gets put back into a fund and reallocated to the countries that are better at spending. And I cannot comment on why that is because I don't understand it myself.
So a follow-up, Tandy, let me put you on the spot on this conversation. We have the resources and countries are not tapping into those resources. So what are your thoughts? I mean, as LabCoP here, how can we facilitate, how can we help these countries really have that capacity, to really take advantage of these resources that are not always there and tap into them. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I guess, I think it's important to maybe step back a little bit to 2017 when we were first, discussing and conceiving of what we're experiencing today, which is the LabCoP community. Because even then it was recognized that there were countries that had developed expertise but weren't able to share that information with other countries that could use that expertise. And so there really needed to be a forum where that expertise could be shared and also built further. And so I think that, there's an opportunity to innovate on the ground that comes from in-country experience and the type of country teams that have been put together in LabCoP, especially when you look at, teams that have information coming from recipients of care, from their civil societies, where they have expertise in advocacy. You have your clinicians, you have your laboratory scientists who, there's all this ability to see what the problem is, but not necessarily, there had not been a space for them to, or maybe even a permission for them to innovate and have that ability to solve some of those problems. So I think what you see can happen is that by creating opportunities for problem solving, specifically innovative problem solving, that if you provide those types of resources, it's not always monetary. Obviously a meeting is not zero cost, but it's providing the types of opportunities for people to connect and share, and again, cross-learning and innovate and allow for the type of growth that allows them to, again, problem solve and then share those experiences back to funders, but also proving that these particular problem solving ways could be successful, because a government is not going to use funds on some risky proposal that, maybe their country team is saying, I think we can solve this way, but they need evidence. And I think what the types of solution that LabCoP and country teams together have been able to do and can continue to do, for example, through pilot programs and pilot projects, is to provide that evidence that then country teams and major funders can build off of to, really get at some of the gaps that we're talking about. Because as we can say, it's not always just money. Right? It's people, right? It's your biomedical workforce, it's your civil society being able to say, this is what my experience is when I come into the clinic, but no one seems to be hearing them. And so having that one-on-one, when you have, your civil society talking to your lab director and your lab director talking to your medical director, those are the types of, I think, innovative conversations that move and make the difference in problems. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Tandy. I think one interesting you're saying, one interesting thing you are saying, that it's not always about the money. It's also about the people. So I think that's very important. Yes, Dr. Kemi. Before I switch to George Alemchi, who's virtual. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I think just to follow on what has been said, I think it will be extremely important for the ASLM to look at where are the actual bottlenecks, and it may not necessarily be with policies and processes. It does boil down, because if we're experiencing it as South Africa, a number of other countries will also be experiencing it, I'm sure. It's things like, in order to facilitate the spending of money, it's issues around procurement. But the issues around procurement, may be that the specifications take a long time to do. So ASLM could consider whether it has a repository of specifications, for example. I've spoken to Heidi in FIND, to be able to assist with evaluation of machines and being able to rate them, so that you're not buying machines that are problematic, or having a group of technical assistants from within countries, but a central database that you can call upon to get seconded, without having to go through a whole lot of HR practices. So I think, unpack where the bottlenecks are, and then look at, how an association like ASLM will be able to facilitate. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. So George, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. So George, you have been in this space, long enough, and some of us have passed through your hands, being mentored by you. So over the last 10 years, my question to you is, has there been any changes in your approach, maybe speaking to PEPFAR, in terms of funding, in order to make funding relevant, accessible, or sufficient, to support laboratory services in the PEPFAR supported countries?
Okay, thank you so much, Andrew, for that question. I would just focus on the very last aspect of it, which is talking about sufficient funding for laboratory services. Surprisingly, and I'm glad most of my PEPFAR colleagues are in the room, surprisingly, my answer would be no. We haven't seen a lot of increases in the laboratory portion of our funding. Instead, we have noticed a decrease in the lab funding. And I would say due to some programmatic errors. Now, the way the PEPFAR program is funded, it goes through a 5-year cycle, and we hear about reauthorization of the program. So PEPFAR 1 was just what we call an emergency response. When we moved to PEPFAR 2, that would have been in 2008, there was this strong emphasis in strengthening laboratory services and systems. And you realize that a lot happened then, including even the ASLM that you are hosting now, or that is existing now, was established through PEPFAR direct funding. We saw a lot of funding going into sample transport system, data systems, strategic plan development. We supported countries in lab renovations or lab constructions. I remember when I was sent to the Caribbean region in 2009 to set up the PEPFAR program, we actually supported that region in construction, the regional public health laboratory in Barbados. That was, I think it was about a $9 million project, and PEPFAR was easy to put down $6 million. So all that happened at that time because of the way the funding streams came in and the way the funds were allocated. I remember at that time also, we were just in the COP guidelines was very clear that at least 5% of the country funds should be dedicated to the laboratory. So there was no confusion as to what is to be used or funded under the lab. But unfortunately, down the road, things change. There hasn't been this strong emphasis on laboratory services and systems. There's been a lot of emphasis on systems strengthening to the detriment there's been a lot of emphasis on services strengthening to the detriment of the systems. And I think all of us are guilty about this, particularly the recent push for viral load and EID, right? Everything that we know these days, viral load, EID. They want to see results, people want to have results, but there is no attention to the systems that are supporting these services. Even you at the ASLM, when you started the lab LabCoP, the very first thing it did was addressing viral load testing and viral load results. So this has created a huge gap in terms of strengthening the laboratory systems that we expect to see. But down the road, as I've mentioned for my presentation on Tuesday and today, is that with Ambassador Nkengasong's 5x3 strategic direction, we know the pillar number 3 is really talking about the need for us to strengthen both laboratories, services, and systems. Mr. Andruvo, even your question to me, you did not mention system, you talk about supporting laboratory services. So we should really be paying attention to strengthening services and systems. Those systems are critical for us to release results. So there is hope, as I said, the ambassador wants us to really, again, make sure that we are strengthening both services and systems. You see SLAMTA coming back, a lot of training and also capacity building is what we need to be paying attention to. The lesson that I really want to share on this is the fact that we need to be very, very careful as we think about designing and implementing our programs. Sometimes you have more funding than what you need, right? But the way the funds are apportioned can really not strengthen the entire program. So this is a good example. Think carefully about strengthening both your systems and services. Think carefully about strengthening your lab services and systems in particular. So we have not seen much increase, as I said, because of this. And moving forward, I think it's going to be a shift and we're going to see a holistic approach to strengthening laboratory systems. I'm sure some of my country colleagues will be nodding their head because we struggle with this together, but I think there is hope, as I said earlier. Over.
Thank you so much, George, for the good news that there is support for the laboratory systems. I think that's quite big and that's quite exciting. So I promise to also give time for the questions and the comments. I know there are lab directors here. Some of the partners are here. Maybe you want to ask for some clarification. Maybe you want to just add to the conversation. Maybe just 1 or 2 hands just to make some comments. Joseph, can I put you on the spot because your hand was up initially? Yes, the lab director from Malawi.
Thank you so much for putting me on the stop, Mr. President. I think initially I wanted to comment what Juliet actually said from my counterpart from Malawi as regards to how we are working with the Global Fund in our respective countries. What my dear colleagues did indicate was really right. I think as country, as laboratory focal persons or directors in our respective countries, I think it would have been better for us as well to be put on the spot as far as support is concerned. Majority of our countries, sometimes we don't even know what is going on as far as the global and paper support is concerned. Sometimes it takes our initiative to meet our relevant Global Fund representatives to find out what is happening. And again, sometimes you hear such stories, even coming from outsiders to say, wow, Malawi, you have this support that is coming into our country. When you as a director responsible for that department, you're not even aware about that support. And now when you're trying to take it up, sometimes I hear it from SLM, Malawi, you have got this support. But the Global Fund team, they're silent in the country. When you try to probe, you find, no, we are reprogramming our issues. We'll let you know, we are doing the reprogramming, we'll let you know, and time goes by, reprogramming. So I want surely PEPFAR, Global Fund to help us because we are all here to serve our people. As illustrated yesterday, you can't treat if you can't diagnose. You need to diagnose first and then you treat. So if we're not put in the loop, you have always put us in an awkward situation. So it's a cry to you, Juliet. And in fact, if I didn't give, I never got this opportunity, I could have had a sideline meeting with you so that we can discuss more about our status quo as far as Malawi is concerned. And I hope tomorrow's meeting will be available as well, where all directors will be there so that we can also address our concern. Thank you so much, the President, for putting me in a spot. Indeed, it was burning in me. Now my chest is empty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. I want to maybe hear another comment. Sophia, can I put you on the spot? There's somebody at the back. Yes, Sophia, before I come back to you, maybe somebody at the back, a comment or a question. I think this is the forum.
Mine is a comment. It's just about the question raised about absorption of funds, especially the global funding. I think in regards to laboratory programming, it's majorly due to you see, when people submit the proposal, they think in it in an entity as a lab systematically. But once things are submitted along the way to the CCM, some components of the system are cut off. So making implementation patchy and very difficult. So in the end, they will blame the lab for not absorbing the funding because there are some inputs which have to happen before one has to happen before the next. So if it is not systematic like anatomy, one part is cut off, the other one is not there, then it doesn't move well. So I am just a comment as a proposal, as an affirmative action from this meeting, maybe the Global Fund needs to put as terms of reference for the CCM, as others have suggested, the lab directors need to be part of the CCM. Just like in that proposal, some positions, some members are already indicated clearly. For example, they will put MOH. MOH does not necessarily mean representing the lab. They can put CSOs. So I think one of the inclusions for the terms of reference of CCM in countries should be laboratory directors. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me rephrase the question for Sophia. Sophia, how do we get ourselves into the CCM? You have been attending meetings, you're planning there and all the resource allocation. Let me give you one difficult question. How do we get the lab directors into the CCM?
Okay. So my name is Sofia Viegas from Mozambique. So I think, well, we are lab people, so this is a continuous improvement process. And I think we somehow we have to make coordination is key in all aspects, within the Ministry of Health, within the different institutions. So I am from the Public Health Institute in Mozambique, and Isabel here, he's from the clinical lab. So we are in different areas, but we try to coordinate, and we have to be very well coordinated to be here in different levels, so that the others can understand us. If we are not coordinated between us, the others, they cannot understand, they will not they will not hear us. So in the CCM, I think somehow we have to raise our voices. We have to make noise. We need to be present, even if we are not invited. We need to be there somehow, even paying our own tickets. No, but we need to be there somehow. And we have to be very well informed. And this forum is helpful because of that as well, to be informed, to know how is the Global Fund process, to know how are the PEPFAR priorities. So being informed, having knowledge, I think it's the way, and making noise. So being coordinated. So those are for me the key points, to be listening, and be part of higher level decisions. And I think we can get there, and we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need that coordination. Yes, from the civil society. Yes, we need that input.
Thank you very much, Brother Charles Mambo from Sierra Leone. I'm a civil society activist for the past 20 years and work with so many partners. First, I want to make a point on how to really bring the issue of lab to light. In the selection of the CCM, the group are formed and perhaps the donors have a lot of role to play. In Africa and perhaps beyond, it's a common sense that whoever pays the piper dance to his or her tune. All our governments in Africa and Asia for that matter, listening to those who give them money. So if we want to prioritize and bring the issue of lab to light, first of all, our donors should also put it as a priority. So in selecting those who should be in the context of CCM, let it be stated, just like when they are budgeting. All of these institutions have budget line. So they must make sure that our governments know through the Ministry of Health and other services that the Directorate of Lab and Laboratory Services, the director must be a member of the CCM. So from that level, that's a higher decision-making body. When once they are at that board, then their voices may also be actually heard, which we really will start on that. Again, let there be a separate body, a separate resource allocation for the lab and laboratory services. This is exceptionally very crucial. When once the funding is earmarked and allocated to that particular body, which is the lab and laboratory services, believe in me, the government will have to abide by what the donors will be saying. But you cannot get your voice out when you are not where the decisions are made. And this is where some of them. And we should also understand that in most of our countries in Africa, the lab and laboratory services are subdued into either clinical or other directorate of the Ministry of Health system of governance. This is also bad. So no matter how we want to bring out the issue of lab and laboratory services, it befall on all of us here and those beyond, to bring these people higher to the level of directorate so that they have a talking voice and they could be able to advocate for themselves. It's a common saying that if you are not where the decision and resources are distributed, two things, one will happen to you. Either you are not considered or you are considered little. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think at that point, I want to close this session. So thank you so much. I think we need to really look at the lab governance issues so that we can create so much visibility for the lab. So colleagues, please, let's put our hands together for our wonderful panelists as they sit down. So thank you so much for all the input and the discussions. And George, thank you for staying. I know maybe it's very late or very early for you, but we really value your input and your contribution. So at this point, I'm going to hand it back to Clement. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks, Kobile. Again, wonderful thanks to the panelists, great discussion. I think we've come to the end of this session. I just want to, special thanks to Juliet, and especially George, Dr. MG for waking up so early to give you a wonderful presentation. I really appreciate, knowing that we actually started around 8:30, which was around 2:30 your time there. So thank you so much. Thank you. And let us give one more round of applause to all the panelists and the presenters. So we'll now go for the tea break. And please, can we see the time well from here?
I'm sorry. We are going to get another group photo. I'm really sorry the escalator did not work out. Can I get 3 minutes? You can hear me? Can I get 3 minutes from everyone to line up in the rows facing that direction so I can get on a ladder and take a good picture of everybody? 3 minutes. I promise one photo. And we won't do this again.
Can you use some of these space?
You're welcome to line up in this area. If we have 200 people here, something like that, so we're not all going to fit right here. So if you need to line up in the rows as well, that's fine. I'm going to get on a ladder right back by this this camera here and take a picture this way so we can get the banner and everyone can be seen. Come on up, please, please, please. And then we can do tea.
Thank you.
Something else. I think now that we are taking a photo, it will confuse. Let's okay. After, just say 10 minutes, people take 50. Okay. Yes.
Then I have to be closer to Grammy.
Winner.
CDC Zambia.
Is this thing not going to break?
two, 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 two. I think it's coming through, but it's very soft. Where is it? There we go. Give me more. More. Quarter past. Make it quarter past. Two, two, two. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. 1, 2. This is group 3. Group 2, nothing on group 2. Group 1. Group 1 has a buzz. For what? I think it's power or something. There's a buzz on group 1. 1, 2. 2. That's 3. Oh, yes, this brother here. Tell him not to. So that's 3. Yeah. 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 3. Ne?
Collins, but somebody should rally people to get back inside. Yeah? Guys, can we come back? Can we come back so that we proceed and finish in time? Can we get back, please?
It says speaking to friends is dress.
Can you come back to me just before that happens? Just to double check that in relation to funds, we all have to check. We're talking about these stuff. There's a folder for the front end. There's only one presentation. Which one? That one. Just pick it up. I'm going to double check it now.
Speak to friends. Speak to
I'll check. I'll go check because I've had a few different.
Hello, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh, they are repertoires. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe she might have, because I think I don't know how Collins communicated, but they are supposed to forward. Not necessarily. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, maybe just get them together, because just to make sure, because I think she needed them to summarize what people were doing. She might have already done it, so that you don't do things that are not going to be used. Just confirm with me. Yeah, with Pascal. For group 3. Okay, that's good. So that we have we already have a first draft. Not to worry much. If you are guys, can we take our seats and then we get started? Can we get started, please? Okay, so what you can see on the screen right now, I'd like to believe that the colleagues online are also seeing that, is a quick survey on the DNO sub-community of practice that was launched, I think, a week or two ago. So this is just a quick sort of snapshot of what is it that is out there. So kindly take a few minutes to respond to that. I'm hoping that my colleagues have put that in the chat, in the Zoom chat. And also, I think Margaret will be posting that also on the WhatsApp groups that we have. So as you go for the breakout session, please take time to complete that. It's not a long survey, maybe 2 to 3 minutes of your time for you to complete. Those that are here physically, you can just use that QR code and you should be able to go through. I'm hoping that it's working, particularly those at the back. Can anyone confirm if it's working? Those at the back, have you managed to take the QR code? Wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you. So just maybe 30 more seconds, then we'll move that slide. Okay, 10 more seconds and we move the slide away. Right, next slide, please. Okay, 1 more second. Okay, they're asking you if you can take it back once more. Okay. All right. So if for some reason the QR code is not working with your phone, there is a link in the chat for the Zoom. And where's Margaret? Please confirm if the link is also on the WhatsApp groups. Okay. They will be posting the links in the WhatsApp groups shortly. If you are not yet in the WhatsApp groups, please coordinate with your colleagues and we will be happy to add you to our several WhatsApp groups for 24/7 communication if needed. Thank you. So allow me to move to the next slide and introduce, I've always called it an exciting bit of the meeting for me. The group discussions. They say when you come to a meeting like this, it is not always easy to remember everyone whom you see in this big room. But most of the time, you always remember the people that you sit with in your breakout session. And that's where also even more of the networking happens. At least that's what I have experienced. So we want to talk about the first one. Remember, we had a look back. And yesterday we talked about the priorities that we have, right? Now we want to see building from the panel discussion that we have just had. How do we push this towards funding requests? So that is the kind of angle that we are going today. Next slide. So we want to build on the work that we did in day 2 and ensure that we use our strategic decision matrix. We now have a good idea of which are the key areas, which are the key priorities that we want to address. But the next question is, how do we address it? So we are just chewing those big areas into relatively smaller bits. So if we have a key area, what is it that we can do? We are still at relatively strategic level, but we are moving downwards. So thanks to the work that this group, all of you have done over time, I think it was first made in Uganda in 2017. The strategic decision matrix, I believe, has been shared with you, or at least you have hard copies within your groups. That details the ideal activities per strategic interventions. And these are activities that were suggested by this group, taking experiences from over 11 countries back then, I think, and more, and it has continued to evolve. So we want to try and use that strategic decision matrix to say, if we say our key challenge is to do with result utilization, what exactly can we do? What are the key interventions that we do? And we have tried to outline some of the best practices that have come from us in here. And maybe this is where you could be finding the key activities that you want to pull. So we want to build upon this and see if we have a rough idea of whether these are linked to some kind of target or measure. It doesn't have to be very specific at this level, but at least mention what will be our measure of success if we use such an intervention. And then what are the expected outcomes? And we have tried to put a bit of sort of structuring in terms of feedback. Can we try to have these two tables that capture these? And this kind of forms the maybe pseudo framework or logic framework, so to say, of our key priorities, where we have the priorities, the interventions that we think will work, to which kind of funding is this aligned, and what are the targets, or how do we measure success, and what will be our expected outcomes. For us, this potentially becomes a very good draft zero of our next year's work plan or moving forward. So that's basically what the first slide would be showing. And then the second slide would be indicating just a summary of how you are going to do it. What are the processes? I think this is straightforward because most of you know the processes that do happen. And there are some, next slide, guiding questions that we should reflect upon as we discuss this. We need to be thinking, we need to be continuously asking ourselves, is this strategic decision matrix still relevant? Is it capturing what we are talking about? I already see one topic on sustainability that kept on coming, and I don't think it is in our strategic decision matrix. So maybe we will think of including it. Are there any interventions that are not included there? How are these going to be monitored? And how do we get these into the funding requests? You realize these questions as you answer them, they will also help you populate that feedback slide that we have proposed. Don't think there could be any other slide. This should be the last slide. We keep the same groups that we have, same facilitators, and same energy levels that we have always had. It is 2 minutes after midday on my watch. And our program intended to finish at 13:30, right? But I think realistically, we are beyond time. Can we be able to come back here at 1 p.m.? Is that a yes? I hear a yes. This yes is not resounding. Okay, thank you. So I think if we can quickly move to our breakout rooms, and those that are online, again, it's the same procedures that we have. I think you will connect through the Zoom breakout rooms that are relative to your country teams. I think they are well labeled. And then you also take time to take your coffee as we do. And we'll be back here at exactly 1 p.m. so that we can quickly resume our session. Maybe if we can try to aim to finish by maybe 14, 15, that would be great. I also want to announce that we had a waste management site visit that we had set, but unfortunately there is a complication at the site with some construction happening, and that may no longer be able to okay. So it's a bit of bad news, but maybe that gives you also time to go to the waterfront and do some shopping. Yes, and I think one more important announcement is we were given envelopes earlier on. I'm hoping that you have submitted. So they may be calling you maybe individually or in small groups. I don't know where they will call you to, but I think they want to interact with you in a certain way that is friendly to replacing whatever costs that you had incurred. Thank you and see you soon. Let's go to our groups. Asamben, Ariye, Ande.
2-2. guided by number of questions. I have the question somewhere, and then we prepare these 2 slides. That okay? You have the questions? Where? Ah, yes, thank you. All right. Could share the presentation. Let him project. All right. Do we start with the Eswatini? Do you mind? Okay. There's a presentation that I've shared with you.
Interesting.
This one.
Okay,
Show me, where's your little arrow to go from French to English and English? Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. I like it over these two. That
No,
we
but
can
you know,
I'm leaving it there so
yeah,
you can see.
see it,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you. It was
yeah.
gone. Yeah.
C'est pas lui le fils de Sharon, non?
No, he's sitting with a hat on. I haven't said
As a
hello to
cap?
him yet. With a cap.
The one with the here's the first day.
And it's not his computer.
The one which is always sitting around the lawn?
No. Luke sits over there.
Isn't that the one there?
He's being trained. That's him. Yeah. He's being trained. Sharon says he's not 100% yet, but he's doing his best, and that's what he's going to do. I said he'll have work for the rest of his life. No, il est avec qui?
No, that's fine.
Bon, je ne sais pas, Basané en tout cas.
Ouais, ouais. Ah, what's happened? No, it was you. Et parce qu'il a l'air assez blanc, le fils. Le fils a l'air assez blanc. Ça se fait.
Oh. Ah, merci Hilde. Le voilà, ça y est.
Then you're working on the one and only.
Yeah, I still haven't been to see where the parking is. Because I want to find out where the parking is so that I can take my own car. Chris is playing bridge now. I actually I found him in a similar room.
Security is 2.5.
It's everything. It's
yeah, but
nuclear.
it's pretty high level. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Canada and all what. He must pay more.
And that'll be on time.
Yeah, but he must pay more.
Who's this now?
That's Mish. Mish.
Ah, yeah.
Moses. Moses. Okay. Guys, can we settle in, please? Can you please settle? Okay. Colleagues, we are ready to begin. What is standing between us and lunchtime is a few people who are still standing. So I'd like to welcome those that are online for our final stretch. And whilst we are there, I would like to invite to the stage our ambassador, Mr. Moses Supercharger from the Republic of Uganda, who's going to give us a few remarks and some words of entertainment. Group 5, can we please settle down? Thank you. All right, so we want to keep the next session a little bit short. We will have Moses. We will need to do a quick recap, and we will go into the closing ceremony. I'm also excited to mention that although we have failed to go to the waste management side, but we'll get a 10-minute recap of what we would have seen today, right? So without taking much time, let me call to the stage Mr. Moses Supercharger. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Moses Supercharger. A person who has lived with HIV since 1992, 3 decades of positively and openly living with HIV. So I'm proud of such engagements that we do.
And I'm proud of the great work that you do, ladies and gentlemen. I have some concerns from my community which I want to share with you. But before I share these concerns, I would like to cheer you up, to energize you a little bit. You've been sitting for too long, isn't it? Are you ready? Wow, wow, wow. Now, we want to see the ladies and the gents who got more energy, right? Between the ladies and the gents who got more energy and power, isn't it? Now, there's a song which I composed about LabCoP, and it goes like this. When I say, security is tight, you reply that, LabCoP, development of the lab, LabCoP, knowledge exchange, LabCoP, thumbs up, LabCoP International. Can you do that, ladies? Together, ladies, I do it one more time for you. When I say, security is tight, LabCoP, development of the lab, LabCoP, knowledge exchange, LabCoP, thumbs up, LabCoP International. Are we together? Then the men, I'll turn to the men and say, UNAIDS 23rd, LabCoP, promoting adherence, LabCoP, monitoring the patient, LabCoP, thumbs up, LabCoP International. So I expect you to be, your voices to be heavier. Should I repeat for you, the men? I did for the ladies. I'm going to do it for the men again. When I say, UNAIDS 23rd, LabCoP, promoting adherence, LabCoP, monitoring the patient, LabCoP, thumbs up, LabCoP International. Okay, are you ready? Okay, give me the video. I don't want to waste so much time. We sing on the video together. You got to be live. You see, with this research and treatment, you need to find time to enjoy. Let's go, DJ. Security is tight, LabCoP, development of the lab, knowledge exchange, thumbs up, LabCoP International, UNAIDS 23rd, development of the labs, knowledge exchange, LabCoP, thumbs up, LabCoP. The men are challenging this time round. I'm surprised. DJ, give us the tune. More sound. is fun. LabCoP, knowledge exchange, thumbs up, LabCoP, Unites 23rd, morning guide hearing, knowledge defeating, thumbs up, LabCoP International. It's learning network of disciplinary country team, promoting knowledge, sharing experience, LabCoP. It keeps the countries together. All the success story, promoting viral load monitoring. It got to improve laboratory systems. Let's go. Security is the remotement of the law. Exchange. Thumbs up. Men, it's 23rd. Morning and hearing. Patient. Thumbs up, LabCoP International. Beauty of practices. It's an emerging project for laboratory medicine. LabCoP is fully funded by the Melinda Gates Foundation. We want to improve laboratory system. Regardless of, let's go. Security is all. Development of the law. Knowledge exchange. Thumbs up, LabCoP. Unites 2030. Promoting and hearing. Thumbs up, LabCoP. DJ, put it down, put it down, put it down. Thank you so much. Thank you. DJ, put it down. Woo! That was great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the African patients and civil society, allow me to begin my presentation by thanking you, the laboratorians, for the great work which you do to make sure we live a super health life. As you are all aware, we get invaded by different pathogens every day. And we get to know about these invaders by you through testing. We are treated by our front immediate health workers. But it's disappointing to know that always the big ups and the thumbs up always go to the frontline immediate health workers and the funders, and we always forget the great work that you do. So I want to use this opportunity to request all of you to put your hands together for all the laboratorians in Africa for the great work that you do. We don't say thank you as patients. We don't say thank you to you, not because we don't appreciate the work that you do, but we don't know the work that you do as patients. Isn't it? We just don't know. The great work is there, but as a patient, I'm not taught about the great service that you offer. This is because the conservative setup of our infrastructures always hides you away from us, the patients. But never mind, I'm here to say we are proud of you and badly need you by our side every day. A week ago, UNAIDS reported new infections have jumped from 1 million to 1.5 million new HIV infections reported by UNAIDS last week. How did the UNAIDS get to know about this information? The answer is because of your amazing work. The data shows that you actually do work very well, and somebody else is not doing his work very well. You do the work of testing and telling them that actually there are new infections, but somebody else is not doing his work. That's why infections are going up. Now that we are moving into a new era of long-acting therapy and curing HIV, we're gonna need you even more. You already know that cabotegravir, a 2-monthly injection, and the exciting lenacapavir, a 6-month injection. You inject me an injection, and I take another one after 6 months of treatment, has already been approved by FDA and been sent to clinical trials to networks like ACTG. But to have optimal results, they will need analytical intervention of your service for it to work very well. My community asked me to put these following concerns to you. They asked me to ask you to break down the diagnostic and laboratoristic language into a simpler community language so that we can understand. Sometimes we sit with you and we hear reservadilametic kiwichi because and we are like, is that part of today's menu? And so simplify, keep simplifying that language so that we can both be on board. I'm lucky that I've interacted with you guys. I can sit in a meeting and somehow pick what you are speaking because I've been with you several times. But so many folks, the 37 million people living with HIV all over the world, have not had a chance like me. So we need to find a way of creating some kind of communication which can help them understand what you are talking about. We don't see local national labs engagement with communities at the grassroots. And this is basically because they don't have funding to do that kind of work, to interact with us from the grassroots. We don't know how you want us to help you in your work. We are ready, but we don't know as community how you want us to help you. Remember, we have influenced several interventions. I can give you an example. In my country in 2017, we didn't have third-line intervention. And nobody was willing to bring it in the country. They thought the 1,900 people who had failed first and second line didn't need so much attention. It's me with several advocates. We led a campaign. And then we went to everyone. They asked for evidence, and we did that. And we succeeded. So the Ministry of Health set up a third-line HIV committee, which did the research and actually found that we have people who had failed first and second line. Through Global Fund, third line was introduced in Uganda, and now we have it. Folks are accessing it. So if you work with us, we can also help you to advocate for some interventions. Remember, people will look at our needs more because most advocate concerns come from we advocates. The 5th HIV Cure Advocacy Retreat is on this November, where patients and civil society are set and sit for 4 days to discuss issues around ongoing HIV cure research. We want to see such retreat happen for the laboratory ever, where we can converge as patients and advocates and sit down with specialists to educate us and empower us about the great work that you do so that we can be able to advocate for your work. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't take so much of your time. I want to thank the team for organizing this meeting, Dr. Pasco, Dr. Anak, and your team. Please, we are proud of you, and may God bless you. Thank you.
A round of applause for Moses Supercharger. Please don't expect me to also do like Moses Supercharger because I will never match him. Thank you very much. We are so glad to have you being part of the SLM committee and SLM community, and also our voice and also the voice of patients there. And I like the fact that you appreciate the laboratorians that are also here with us. So as we try to move on, we know we have a report back, and Collins here is doing this to my eye. He's asking me that I should do at least only one group, but I would have wanted to do 3 groups as feedback. So I don't know which group I should do. but quatre is a number that I like in French. Quatre. Or he's saying 3, 4, 3, 4. I don't know. I can't see the other finger. Maybe I would do group 4. Quatre. Group 4, are you there? Group 4 is closer to my heart. And I think your slides are already that side, right? Yes. You see? Group 4. Can we quickly hear from group 4? And please give a round of applause to group 4 because they were the first ones to submit. And they've always been the first ones to submit slides. It's the group of Sierra Leone, Eswatini, and South Sudan.
Good afternoon. Group 4 is South Sudan, Eswatini, and Sierra Leone. So we looked at two things. That one is alignment, and for South Sudan, how they align their priorities. Their activities were demand creation, integrated sample referral, and also quality management system implementation. Their target was 8,000, 80% for demand creation of healthcare workers. And they have aligned their activities to PEPFAR and Global Fund funding during the NFMP. And for sample integration, their target is to establish an additional 5 hubs in the 5 states, and they've aligned it hello. Something went wrong. Okay, they've aligned it with PEPFAR, and for the QMS implementation, they want to enroll all the 18 viral load testing labs, and they've aligned that activity to PEPFAR and also Global Fund. How will they go through this process? One, they've included PEPFAR COP 22 funding, which has started in October 2022. And also with Global Fund, they have included it in the NFM3. For sample transport system, also they've included it in the PEPFAR COP 2022, and which has started in October, and also in the Global Fund NFM3. The QMS implementation also with the COP and the Global Fund NFM3. Eswatini, they've aligned their activities, and their priority activities are QMS, biosafety and waste management, and also the turnaround time. Their target is to have 1 testing lab accredited in 2023. This has been aligned to PEPFAR COP and also with the MOH implementation activities. For biosafety and waste management, the establishment of functional biosafety and waste management TWG, that's their target in 2023. And they've aligned it to the PEPFAR funding and the MOHS implementation activity. For the turnaround time, they want to reduce the viral load testing turnaround time from 14 days to 7 days. And this can be done through the funding of the PEPFAR and also the MOHS activity. The process that they will get to in submission of these 3 activities, one is to include this, the QMS into the COP 2022 lab project, and also in the Global Fund NFM3. The biosafety and waste management, it's also for COP 2023, and the turnaround time is for COP 2022, sorry. We had challenges with the presentation from the Sierra Leonean team because we can't get him to connect through virtual, so we had interruptions. The rapporteur was unable to actually get all what he was saying, but this was their priority: viral load testing coverage, supply chain management, and result utilization. These were the three priorities. Their targets were to increase viral load testing capacity by 95% across all testing labs, to establish a supply chain TWG that will ensure the last mile delivery in 2023, and to ensure that all viral load results are documented and clients receive timely results. We were unable to get information on the alignment, and also the processes were also not be able to get. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zikan, for presenting on behalf of Group 4. As we all see, we do have the priorities lined up, and hoping that the decision, strategic decision matrix will give you more of those interventions that need to be there. I know people want to move. I will just allow any 2 comments to the presentation before we move on. Yes, that's Robert.
Yes, hello. I'm just complimenting on what he said on the first slide. The 3 priorities for the South Sudan are aligned to funding. However, we have other activities within the work plan which are not yet aligned to funding. It's indicated in the highlighted area. We have a couple of activities which are not yet aligned to funding, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important consideration. The question is, what are we going to do about those? And we are saying probably this is draft 0 of what we want to try and work towards next year. Any other reactions? I'm sort of blinded. No. Okay. So we would like to move on with the program. So I would like to call upon colleagues from EnviroSafe. EnviroSafe is, these are the owners of the place where we were supposed to go, but unfortunately due to circumstances beyond our control, we couldn't go. But they felt like, no, we need to at least do just a preamble of what we would have seen. So in about 10 minutes, I would like to call Nesli Mulalo. I hope I pronounced that properly, from the Limpopo province, right? To come and share with us what we would have seen. You know, COVID-19 just brought these virtual things. All of a sudden we're doing virtual when we are there. So thanks, but we appreciate you coming through despite the challenges. And please, the floor is yours. So I think these slides will be coming up. Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. We won't take too much of your time. We're from the company EnviroServe Waste Management, and I've got my colleague here as well from Vissershok Landfill Facility, Mark Lyons, which is the landfill manager. Okay, so basically we are a waste management company and we assist labs to dispose of hazardous waste, chemicals in a safely manner. And there's obviously a process that happens with all of that. But before I start with that, could we just do an intro to basically who we are and what we stand for? On the next slide. You can just play.
Today, like every other day, the world will generate almost 4 million tons of waste, 10 times more than we did 100 years ago. Future generations will be affected by the choices we make today. As populations skyrocket and resources dwindle, how we treat our waste has become just as important as how we handle our resources. But this is a story about tomorrow, a tomorrow that is still to come, a tomorrow that is filled with promise, a tomorrow that makes us proud of what we have achieved today. For more than 40 years, we have been working to ensure a sustainable tomorrow. Protecting our planet means making the right decisions today. From our smallest waste removal customer to the most complex hazardous waste projects, our work helps to secure our environment for tomorrow for all. At EnviroServe, we work tirelessly with our communities as customers to find sustainable, responsible, and efficient solutions to their waste challenges through our tailored management and consulting services. We are driven in our efforts to support a circular economy, one that eliminates waste and ensures the continual use of resources, minimizing resource inputs and the creation of waste, pollution, and carbon emissions. Reducing, reusing, and recycling waste saves valuable landfill space, benefiting not only companies, but also communities by providing work opportunities and cleaner living environments that might otherwise be polluted by waste. We are dedicated to pioneering alternative waste management solutions, proudly leading the way towards a more sustainable future. As industry leaders, we have innovative, cutting-edge solutions to suit all of your waste handling, minimizing, treatment, and value-add requirements. We are all obligated to find new ways to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste. As your partner in waste, EnviroServe will assist with your green procurement initiatives and identify solutions for your waste streams that support the government's zero waste to landfill initiatives. To demonstrate our commitment to this mandate, more than a third of our workforce is dedicated to recycling and alternative waste management efforts. We provide our customers with a high-quality, legally compliant, tailor-made service offering. Our broad spectrum of waste solution services includes hazardous and non-hazardous waste transport, treatment and disposal, on-site waste management, industrial cleaning and spill response, as well as waste treatment and disposal facilities management. We pledge through our work to protect tomorrow and make the world safer for future generations. Our corporate values of collaboration, diversity, integrity, innovation, passion, and quality are what drive us to continue achieving our vision to be leaders in environmentally responsible waste management. Every day, our 2,000 people, from our truck drivers, waste pickers, to our team of scientists, collaborate with passion and integrity to ensure we progress on our quest towards a more sustainable tomorrow. Tomorrow is the future we design today. EnviroServe, continuing to raise the waste game.
Thank you. So basically, our approach with any waste stream we are faced with is following the waste hierarchy by reducing, reusing, recycle. And just to let you know, with regards to chemicals, there is some alternatives that we look at when we are faced with a situation with regards to how to handle, how to safely dispose of this. And my colleague Mulali will tell you a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Hi, you can move on to the next slide.
Yeah, this thing.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna divert a little bit from the slides because I think we're pressed for time, but I'll try to hit every keynote that I think is relevant here. I look after the waste alternative section that was mentioned, which is part of working throughout the whole waste hierarchy. And if you can see, there's a synergy that is presented on the screen there, and that is what we use as an approach when we look at waste management for any industries, including labs as well. So even though as you continue throughout the slides, we are going to focus more on chemicals, I would like to touch on the fact that we look at other waste streams as well, such as your healthcare, we'll find solutions for that, your glass waste, anything, we tailor-made that solution based on the specific client. And at the heart of, and in the heart of the climate that we operate in, legislation is quite important to us, that is the compliance. So we make sure that whatever solution we present to you, we have done the back work in securing on making sure that they're compliant, they've got the correct waste management license or accreditation so that you have peace of mind, you don't have to worry about that. And should the client at any time feel like they want to see where their waste is going or they want to audit the offset, we offer those services as well. Next slide, please. So this is just some of the stuff that I will skip through. It's just showing you the process flow of, let's say you've got mixed chemicals in your lab that you want to dispose of. This is the process flow that we go through before we offer you guys a solution in terms of data gathering, where you will give us what type of chemicals is it? Are they mixed? Did you separate them? And in what quantities they're in? And then we'll go back, we'll look at our list of disposal options, and then we'll try to match which one will be suitable for you guys, and also bring these different options to you guys, because sometimes you may find that the option that is available for you may be a bit further away from your site. What does that mean for you? It could mean that you may have to pay more in terms of transport cost. And since everyone is focusing on sustainability, we'll then give you the option to say, okay, you may travel further, but you may also incur now in terms of your carbon footprint, but we'll give you those options, and you as the client, you will make that decision. You can move on to the next slide, please. In terms of lab chemicals, we took lab chemicals as an example. There are various alternative options that EnviroServe offers. Even though we've got landfill, we give you alternative options like the ones that we've highlighted. I've only highlighted 3 here. Being at the top of our list is the solvent recycling facility. We use that for most of the lab chemicals. The solvent recycling facility is just that the slide moved forward. It was a basic schematic of what happens at that facility. So what they do is that they take your chemicals in, it goes through a vacuum distillation process, and then it separates it into fractions. The solvents would then reuse and sell back to the markets, and then the bottom parts is then sent for landfill. And people will say, okay, if you're then reselling my chemicals, am I getting any money back? Some instances, yes, but in most cases, you find that labs mix all the chemical waste together. That makes it quite difficult to say, to attach a money portion into it. And what will happen with our solvent recyclers, they normally come back to say, since it's mixed and there's some impurities, because of the bottom portion, which they must dispose at landfill, it means that the client may pay a fraction of fee for disposal. But at least with this option, you are guaranteed that your waste is not going to landfill. And again, you're working along with that waste hierarchy and that circular economy that everyone is focusing on. I think the second option that we had there was blending platforms. So we've got 2 cement kilns that we work with in this country. And what they do is that they blend different types of waste together to try and achieve a certain calorific value, which they send to cement kilns to serve as fuel for that process. Again, you are saving on fossil fuels, you have saved on your landfill space, and so on. And the third option is thermal destruction. That is when we take all your waste to an incinerator. It's still an option away from landfill, even though some people will say, yeah, incineration, but now you look at the carbon footprint. That is your decision to make as the client, but we'll give you that option and the costing for those waste as well. I will hand over to Mark to explain to you what happens at landfill.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark. I'm responsible for the management of what we know in Cape Town as the Vissershoek Waste Management Facility. Before I get going, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, hats off to the work you do in Africa. I don't think always we express that appreciation. And I need more of Moses in my life. I enjoyed the dancing and singing. Thank you so much. I think I want to leave two concepts with you. My time is extremely limited, and I think landfills can get very technical, but I think we need to understand that we are generating waste, all of us. If I can just briefly share with you the city of Cape Town model, or the volumes we're looking at in Cape Town, just to give you an idea. With the last census, we established that we are about 4.5 million people in Cape Town, and on a daily basis, we can generate up to 8,000 tons of waste per day. Now, if you convert that to kilograms, it becomes 8 million, 4 million people, 8 million kilograms, so it's roughly 2 kilograms per person per day. I'm often challenged by people that tell me it is vastly impossible to generate that amount of waste per person. However, if I can perhaps just share with you, just flushing a toilet, anything between 5 and 12 liters go into the sewer system, 12 kilograms generated, somebody needs to do something with it. Where does it leave us? We need to provide that service to you, to the industry, to humans, that we take the waste that they produce and we place it in a landfill where it is safe, where it is well managed, and it doesn't pose a threat to the environment. So what you see here is an active landfill working, taking in 2,000 tons today as we are speaking. Not only will the face of that landfill change today, the roads will change, the height to which we work will change. And in the background, furthest to the back, that looks like a dam we created there. It's really the beginning of a new cell, which is my second part of my discussion. If I could kindly ask for the slide to be moved on to the second slide. Okay, so what I want to demonstrate to you here is what do we do to prevent liquids from entering our water resources. As you all know, in Africa, we have very limited water resources. Now, to go and pollute that even further will have a detrimental effect. So what do we do in landfills? And I can tell you that it's the global trend is to place a barrier system at the bottom. So first and foremost, we excavate for lack of a better word, a dam in the natural ground. Then we start placing various barriers in that area to secure the waste volume that goes in. Obviously, if you have rainwater coming down, it's going to penetrate your waste body and it might settle into your groundwater if you don't have a barrier system like you see here today. So once we have the barrier system in, which is approximately 1.5 meters in height or in thickness, with 2 HDPE liners in between, we can commence with operations in a landfill. The challenge is thereafter you need to watch your groundwater. You need to watch the air quality that comes off. If I can share with you just the volume and the costing. So to develop a cell or waste area that provides 1 million cubic meters, we consume 50,000 cubic meters per month. So 1 million cubic meters, we consume this up in 20 months. The cost to develop a cell like this is anything between 80 and 100 million, or 80 to 100 rand, South African rand per cubic meter. Imagine what we can do with that money in Africa
if we did not have to develop these massive landfills. However, we cannot walk away. Last but not least, we established boreholes around the site to watch the groundwater quality. We install gas probes around the site to watch the air quality. And as we go up, your biggest threat is that you might have an unstable waste body. So we will make sure that the waste body remains intact. I finish off by saying we all have a responsibility to watch what we are doing. Life is made so easy for us. We walk into a convenience shop, we get what we want with all the package that goes with that. We make use of a bathroom every day. We shower, we wash, we use the toilet, and we have no regard for the volume of waste we are generating. If I may respectfully request, let's always keep our eye on the volume of waste we generate, and then maybe we can spend less money on securing the environment from the waste we generate. I thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you all. Good luck with the work that you do in Africa. We need it and we need you all. Thank you so much.
Much, and another round of applause to EnviroSafe, Mark, Lindsay, and Mulalo. Yes, I know it's a very interesting topic with a lot of questions that are coming through, and I know many of you are asking, how does the liquid even actually get to that landfill? I hear a lot of yes, yes, yes. So, and I know there are quite a lot of questions that are coming here on this slide too. But maybe you can answer that only one question. How does the liquid get to the landfill? How does it get there? We only know that it comes out of the lab, we put it in the containers. If we do, because sometimes we just put the hose pipe into the drain and that's it. Mark.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you. So yes, there are two methods, or there are two processes that will contribute liquids into a landfill. Obviously, we do get liquids from laboratories that arrive on site that we deal with. So yes, trucks bring in a lot of the liquids. However, the rainfall that we receive also contributes to the volume of water that we need to deal with. So it's a very important question. What happens to that water? We do treat it through leachate treatment plants to be able to reuse it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Would like to move on and allow me to call our Director of Programs at ASLM, Mrs. Masere Keita, who is going to officiate one of exciting segments where we want to recognize not only these few individuals that have made this movement move, but to ensure that we want to know that you are there for us. This community cannot be there without you all. And those that we are not going to mention does not mean you are not important to this. I think without you, all of you who are here physically and those that are online, without you, I think there will be no community. But there are those few outstanding individuals that continue to push all of us, and we would like to recognize them as well. So Masere Keita, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to appreciate all of you. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. You're doing outstanding work. Thank you so much. So we have 8 awards that we want to announce today. So the first slide, please. Should we give ourselves another round of applause? So the first award goes to the new LabCoP member countries. And we have 3 Francophone countries that joined us. And it's the Republic of Congo, Gabon, and Cote d'Ivoire. Next award, please. The most echo session participation. And this is in the order of most participants. So we have Nigeria, we have Kenya, we have South Africa, we have Ethiopia, and Uganda. Bravo. Next award, please. Countries that have presented or shared during echo sessions and satellite sessions. And we have a number of you. We have Tanzania, South Africa, South Sudan, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Uganda, and Kenya. Our next award, please. Countries reporting that data is available at the national level for all indicators of the viral load cascade. Eswatini, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. Our next award, please. Notable South-to-South collaboration. So we have Zambia and South Sudan who work together on waste management. And we have Kenya and Uganda who worked on electronic test results transmission. And our next award, please. The LabNet Need Country Trainees. So we just started and we have the Zimbabwe Technical Working Group. And we have the Malawi Technical Working Group. Bravo. Next award, please. Subject matter experts with outstanding contribution. And if I call your name, if you're here today, please stand up so we can see you. For Zimbabwe, we have Nora Vere, who is a LabNet lead master trainer. And we have Agnes Shimbango, who is a LabNet lead master trainer. We have the Zambian team that supported the waste management technical assistance. So we have Joseph Mwema, Innocent Hamugwanyu, Amos Zulu, McDonald Kamwela, Aaron Shibamba, and Clement Pihiri. from South Sudan, we have Robert Alemukunan, Laboratory Program Manager with ICAP. We have Dr. Lol Deng Lojok, Director General of National Public Health Laboratory. And then our final award, next award, please. Most engaged on WhatsApp. So we have a number of you. Tapfumani Mashwe, Innocent Twebaze, Dr. Jeremy Masidi, Ed Christenues, Victor Ristov, Dr. Patrick Jim Madinga, and Dr. Ndayit Wayeko Salvatore. Thank you very much. One more round of applause. And Anafi, thank you.
Another round of applause for those that have been recognized. I'm sure all of you will agree with the last recognition. I think there are certain people that just make the WhatsApp group active. And, you know, sometimes I open my WhatsApp in the morning and I say, I don't want to open this group because I'll miss out on a few. So I need to find time where, but sometimes I realize I cannot catch up anymore. So it's exciting. One of the groups is very full. We also have the Francophone group, which is almost getting full. We now have the other LabCoP WhatsApp group too, that is building up. We have the West Management group. This is the beauty of the LabCoP. We say it's 24/7 sharing. Even if you wake up at 2 a.m. and you can't sleep, you can just go to the WhatsApp group and find something. Would like to move on with our program. We are, if it's World Cup soon, we'll be saying we are now reaching the semifinals of our program. So I would like to call upon our Director of Science and New Initiatives, Dr. Pascal Ondoa, to give us a recap of what we have had in the past 3 days. You can. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So here we are after day 3. I mean, these have been 3 incredible days where we've been together as brothers and sisters. I mean, we've discussed, we've been serious, we analyzed, we debated, we were emotional, we danced. So I think that it was really wonderful. And I don't know how to start to do a recap of all the rich debates that happened in those 3 days, but I will give it a try. So the LabCoP 6th, the 6 LabCoP meetings in number, we had 161 participants in the room, 938 unique Zoom connections from 74 locations across the 3 days. 27 countries were represented. So that's the 18 countries that were present, plus Guinea, Seychelles, Switzerland, United Kingdom, United States, Botswana, Mozambique, and Sao Tome. Unfortunately, around 15 participants couldn't have their visa and couldn't come here. I think that some of our Nigerian colleagues from Sierra Leone, and the whole team from DRC couldn't participate. So that is really something that we regret. So 60% of female representation, and they were there in the debate also during the drinks. So some highlight of the topic covered, and you will agree that it was very rich. So I just put a few there. You know, we had an update from Dr. Colin Sotieno. So we know we have a larger LabCoP with 19 countries. It's also broader. We not only address HIV, but also TB, COVID-19, DNO, monitoring and evaluation, QMS, etc. And we are counting because more topics will come into the LabCoP. Lara from WHO gave us the latest updates on the HIV treatment. Juliet and George, as usual, the Global Fund and PEPFAR were there to tell us what are the latest orientation and objective of the Global Fund and PEPFAR. Marguerite, Dr. Marguerite and Dewey and Collins, they talked about network optimization and integration of laboratory services. Proskovia Mbabazi and Faith Gari and Nassim Kassim really presented some powerful country experience on the return of results, or some cost effectiveness studies that they do for diagnostic. And then there was the TB CAP satellite session yesterday, and thanks to all of you who stayed so late. And we really had an overview of the potential of those new diagnostic, those molecular diagnostic solutions for country, not only the research, but the experience for country implementation. So this is how the LabCoP looks like. It's a big house that is building. So as you know, we started with HIV, viral load, and now we are addressing many more topics. So you can see the different rooms in the house that are building. So what we are trying to do is to build that house to be solid and not really be overwhelmed with the number of topics and priorities that we are addressing. So we did document progress of the different countries. So what you see on the left, so more countries, as we've just seen, report on the second cascade of HIV viral load, what happens with the unsuppressed patients. Most areas of HIV viral load have improved. You see in blue the different areas on specimen collection, sample transportation. We have areas that do not progress because either they were already advanced or we need to make more efforts. And I can see in red that the supply chain management and equipment maintenance is really an area for attention. So there've been more intervention funded in 2022 as compared to 2022, and we hope that it will even be better next year. So this is the selfie of, you know, the gaps along the HIV viral load testing cascade. We can still see that although sample transportation improved, it's still an area of where we can make even more improvement. The waste management and the biosafety, although there is a lot of attention and a lot of progress, we still need to give it attention, the supply chain management and equipment maintenance. And we can see that a few countries really need a lot more attention. And that's probably the type of country that Juliet was talking about, because they are really challenged. They do not have the capacity to absorb the funding. And it's really a vicious circle for them. So we really need to help. So the priorities in 2022 also come not only from the HIV viral load cascade, but also from the LabNet scorecard. So we need, from those assessments in a few countries, we know that we need more improved integrated data system. I was discussing this morning with my colleague, Jonathan Tale from Uganda, and he really insisted on the need to really look also for ASLM at LIS, Laboratory Information System and IT solution to improve our data availability. So QMS, you know, we need to refocus as well on that, and it needs to be addressed beyond HIV and TB. Improving access to diagnostic, I think, comes across, and also diagnostic, as Zin Lovu told us, I think yesterday or the day before, it's not only the access to the innovation, but it's also access to those diagnostic that are already available and approved in the country. And having access to all sorts of evidence, including epidemiology evidence for better planning, also for laboratories. So we also have now, we hope, 19 draft work plan, and this is how the work plan look now. I mean, they are very, you know, very messy, but at least they incorporated the evidence that we have generated through those assessments. So what will happen? We are going to continue working with you to make those drafts really a final work plan for submission, and to get the money, because that's important. So I know that the COP23, I think you will have to be ready for February. And I didn't have the time to ask Juliet, when do we have to be ready for the NFM4? She probably is going to tell us that, but I think we are on time. So there's a lot of things that we can do between today and the time of the submission. And then what do we want with that money? It's not only that we want to have the money, but we need to improve our lab system, and we need to have an impact on patient and public health outcomes. And where ASLM LabCoP helps you is usually to get the messy draft into almost a finalized work plan that you can then incorporate with the country work plan for the Global Fund and for the COP. So we'll continue to be together in the next weeks and months. So we said there are things that the country want to say, and there are things that the founders are interested in, and we need to understand each other to facilitate access to funding. So what happens? So what do countries have to say? So we realize that there are very few of us people in the laboratory community that can speak to the CCM and to the Global Fund. So this is really something that came across very, very strongly. So the countries say, these are some highlights. They need better alignment of the funding scope and processes with the country priorities and realities, because in some countries it works with the CCM, in others it's a challenge. So I think that this message is loud and clear. There can be a lot of duplication of activities on the ground that partners really, they really rush into the same pot of funding for the same activities, and that's not beneficial for the country. Laboratories do not have sufficient visibility in the funding decision, the negotiation, and the utilization of the funding. There's a moderate to high level of donor dependency. So we could hear from South Africa that they are really quite well funded through their domestic funds, but in other cases, sometimes in post-conflict areas, there's really a lot of dependencies from the donors, and therefore these processes to access the funding is so critical for their lab systems and their strengthening. And also there would be a need for improved transparency on whether the funding is available for what and the time that is necessary to apply. So there were also, we talked with the Slido, and we could see the ideas, the question from the ground about the turnaround time, you know, the electronic solutions to improve the data. So that came quite strongly in the chat of the Slido. And then founders also have something to say, because it's not easy for them to really achieve their goals. So as Juliet was saying, the poorest countries are the ones not able to absorb, with really a worrisome percentage of 5% of the money that is absorbed. So how can we do that better? And she also said that if you would have some financial capacity building at MOH or at country level, maybe the country themselves could really apply to be more in control of the Global Fund grants. And that's something that countries should explore. I think that George said that they would change some of their funding and collaboration processes, and that means that there will be some data sharing challenges that they will have to solve with the countries. And Tandy from the Gates Foundation told us it's not only about the money. When you have that money, we need to better collaborate, make sure that really the knowledge is coming across, and there are some creative collaboration so that we move forward. And PEPFAR really recognized that in the past few years, there's more attention that has been done to service delivery as opposed to system strengthening. And this is why we hear more about continuous quality improvement and we hear less about quality management system, but they are really looking at that. So the current priorities from the founder, I think it was very clear that we are going from capacity building to capacity consolidation. There were a lot of talks of, you know, doing better with the money that we have, maybe buy less equipment, but optimize how this equipment is working. And there's a renewed commitment, at least from the PEPFAR perspective, on the system strengthening. And I think that was almost the same message from the Global Fund. And I think you could even give an envelope, you know, 10% of the envelope should be dedicated to system strengthening. So of course, there's a push for integrating laboratory services. There's even a push to integrate the intervention. But the question is, how do we do that practically? Can be the topic of future discussion. So the theme of this meeting was about integration and DNO, and we realized, you know, doing those 12 country visits and assessment, that countries already embrace integration with sometimes a lot of best practices. Well, they know how to prioritize what tests are important when they, for example, when they test on the single platform, and there's a lot we can learn. The critical weaknesses when we did the assessment is that the testing platform placements and the configuration is not based on evidence. So that's a case for the DNO and for the optimization of the network. and the configuration sometime of those single platform. It is not open, so it is not easy to retool a platform to test it for another, to use it for another diagnostic. So the workforce is a problem, but the workforce is a problem anyway. We are missing almost 1 million of healthcare workers. And for integration, it is already, we already start with that weakness or that shortage. And therefore to have a workforce that is up to the challenge of integration really requires a lot of intervention. We also have learned some non-scientific lessons, which might be even more important than the one I just listed. So the best practices to save energy, I think that it was taking a cold shower is really the one that is the most popular. So with the winter coming in Europe, I think it's going to be a challenge that I'm not sure I personally want to take. So that was one of the lessons learned. And then we learned from Patrick Mateta that we are all zebras. So if we want to go far, we have to go together to scare off the crocodile or to kill the lion. Thank you for that African wisdom, Patrick. He was very enlightening. And then when you present at ASLM, you should pack a tuxedo. So I think that Zane Lovo reminded, he showed us that we might be even too elegant when we come to an ASLM conference, but I think it's nice. And it's also, we thank him for washing his jacket just to make the presentation. So what is the way forward? I think there are many things that we will do coming back home for ASLM and for the country team. So certainly finalize the work plan because we have hard deadline in February and probably in Q1 of 2023 for the Global Fund. We as ASLM, we need to adapt to ensure that LabCoP becomes a home for the 19 countries that are already there. And maybe in the future, as you mentioned, Patrick, there are 55 AU member states, and we need to make sure that we offer them the best of the technical assistance and the support as possible. So we need to continue investing in people because that's what is important. We have the LabNet leads that we hope will be rolled out in more countries, and we want to continue doing supportive TA, supporting South-to-South collaboration, and really this exchange between the peers. And we want to refine our priorities. I think there's a lot of data needs, a lot of evidence that need to come to support the laboratory strengthening and continue with HIV viral load, but embrace other disease and other tests. And we are committed to intensify the advocacy. And you will know probably that we launched the director forum and that more than 30 directors, we will continue the dialogue and really tease out what the problems are and more important, what the solution could be. So I think this is my last slide. So I would like to thank the LabCoP community for having been such a nice company, really inspiring with those inspiring debates. And I hope that the next meeting next year will even be bigger with more solutions that we can bring to your problems. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pascal, for the wonderful recap and exciting things indeed. I must say, I want to apologize for traumatizing my brother Z. That's why today I decided to tone down a bit, so that at least we are. So I mean, that was a good one. Thanks, thanks a lot. So we'd like to move on with the program. Would you make Michael a co-host quickly? Yes, so yeah, share screen. Present. You need to be presenting, Michael. Yes. Yeah, so those that are online, okay, technology is taking forever. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Yes, so those that are online, you can simply also scan. Just tell us, how did you feel? Now, overally, using an emoji, remember emoji. Those that know emojis, please put one. I don't know whether that's an emoji, but there is an emoji for happy, right? Yes, you can just type in that emoji. There you are. Aha, so you just need to scan your phone. Aha, wonderful. Interesting. Okay, I don't know, is that that one with glasses, is that cool? It means cool, right? Okay. Yes, interesting. There's one that I don't understand there. It looks like a spooky. Yes, I think generally we tend to feel that most people are actually happy. I think you will see that the one with the largest emoji is the one that many people are actually voting for. I think we generally feel we are satisfied, happy. I think there's a communication that is called 6415. I guess that means happy or perfect. Yeah, okay, thanks. This link remains active. You can continue voting. This link is, I know many of you are still trying to scan. Just make sure the QR code is actually being picked up by your phone. If not, you just go to slido.com and enter that joining code and you'll be fine. So given that this is how we feel, I think this is what people feel. Generally, I think people are satisfied. Would like to gain a little bit more from you by way of you completing a short evaluation, which is coming on screen right now. Just tell us what is behind those emojis. Can we do something better? I saw that skeleton. Can we try to make sure that that skeleton changes into something else tomorrow? Can you share my evaluation slide, please? Yes, so with that, it's a quick link to the evaluation. It just asks you for the overall feeling that you have had for this workshop, how it was organized, how the logistics have gone by. I know we won't pass very well on timekeeping. I guess we'll need to improve. And I guess it was in a spirit of nice engagements and things like that. Of course, in a stressful environment, people might feel like they have ignored you when they are trying to rush to someone else. And if that has happened from any of the ASLM members, allow me to apologize on their behalf. I know they don't ignore people, but it's just that probably they won't be seeing you. So the link is there. I think it's also being put in the Zoom link. And those that are on the WhatsApp group, I know those 5 or 6 have already started engaging in that. It's also being put on the WhatsApp groups for you to respond. So I'm just going to leave this for just a few minutes for us to capture this. We will continue to place these links via WhatsApp, via this link, of course. And for those that don't have an opportunity to complete it now, maybe the battery is flat, we will send you an email. If you have already completed here, you don't have to do it again, but we'll send you an email. So this brings us towards, again, if it's a World Cup final, this is no longer a final. I think we are now getting into the extra time of the final. And I would like to call upon, we are now moving into closing remarks. I would like to call upon Dr. Heather Alexander from the CDC to give us a few remarks from PEPFAR perspective. A round of applause for Dr. Alexander, please.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Anafi. And really, thank you. I promise I will be brief. I was just remarking that every time I say I'm going to be brief, I'm not, but I will, I promise. I think a lot has already been said in the wrap up, but really, truly, I am so grateful to be here today and to have been here this week. I think this has been a long time coming, and we're all very pleased now to be able to convene in person. And although we've been very active remotely in various ways, nothing can replace this time of being together and really sharing ideas, both in formal settings and in the informal settings off to the side. So I really just want to acknowledge the entire community of practice and ASLM and partners for the way that this program has matured over the past 6 years. It is absolutely remarkable. I think 6 years ago, we didn't know what is a community of practice? What does that look like? How is that going to go beyond a WhatsApp group? And how do we incorporate those WhatsApp groups? And I really just want to acknowledge and congratulate this entire group for everything that you've done. I have chills now. Everything that you have done in the last 6 years. It is absolutely incredible. So a big round of applause for everybody here. The innovations that we've been hearing over the last 3 days are absolutely incredible. The expansion and kind of the spillover effects and growing from what was very, very viral load, HIV viral load and EID focused into where we are now is absolutely incredible. And I have to say that I have learned so much from you all in hearing about the other program areas and really starting to think about what do we learn from some of the other disease areas? What do we learn from One Health? What do we learn from all of these other programs that you all are so busy implementing? For us at PEPFAR, we've been very focused in a couple of specific technical areas when you all are dealing with everything that's going on in the laboratory and everything that's going on in country at every moment. So really, thank you for the learning that you have and the education that you have given us. I think the other thing just to take away from this is really, reinforcing the importance of coordination among the stakeholders, among the donors, and really kind of making sure that we are being responsive to the needs in country and really hearing what your needs are. Of course, there are always some things that we can do and things that we cannot do, but I think that dialogue of why we cannot do certain things and why we may be interested in seeing other areas move forward. I think having that open, transparent, and very honest and collegial dialogue is really, really important, and helping to brainstorm in areas if we can't support something and we can't fund something for a variety of reasons. What are some other ideas? Where else may we be looking? The other thing I just wanted to highlight is I really, really appreciate this, the laboratory systems consolidation language. That was new to me this week. It's incredible. I think it's definitely something that I will take back with me and start to emphasize. Again, just learning from you all, learning from the other program areas, and really identifying, rather than having parallel siloed systems, where do we combine the systems and where do we leverage each other's strengths? And so I guess the last thing that I will say is, as Pascal noted, really focusing on investing in people. Again, it is all of you. It's this community that is absolutely essential, not only for what we're trying to do today, but for the long-term sustainability of all of the laboratory systems in all of the countries where we're all working. And just want to, again, thank you all, and looking forward to continuing to work with you all over the next couple of weeks to months to years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather, for the wonderful remarks. Next, I would like to call upon Juliet Bryant from the Global Fund for the closing remarks. A round of applause for Juliet, please.
So my closing remarks will be to echo all of the thanks that is due to this wonderful community here. I'm very proud to be part of this community, and I'm so thankful that ASLM is leading the way to create a forum for you all to get to know each other. In your countries, you're facing some enormous problems. And there are so many common themes in the problems you're facing. And the solutions may be common, but they also may be diverse. So what I think is fabulous is creating this opportunity for you to learn from each other. The solutions are going to be through dialogue with amongst yourselves in this room. I really firmly believe that. So I'm just adding a thanks to the leadership that ASLM has provided. I continue to be inspired by all of you. I want to say just a technical point about the timing. The timing of this meeting is perfect because the first submission windows for NFM4 is going to be in Q1 in March, I believe is the first. But one needs to prepare now in the next coming months. This is really the important time for making your voices heard. I want to make another plug for this idea that we can take advantage of the communication skills of David to, if you volunteer, if you're up for it, to do a very quick little video clip where you say your name, you say your affiliation and which country you're representing, and make a pitch, a 1 or 2 sentence pitch about how you want to be part of the country dialogue, how you want to be part of CCMs. I think that I'm not exactly what we can do with this video material, but it's got to be a good start, I think. And then another message I wanted to say is I'm the only one of my team that was lucky enough to come here to Cape Town to be part of you. But the lab team within Global Fund now, there's 8 of us. I put our joint email address on the first page of the title page of my 2 talks. And I believe the talks are all going to be shared with you, all of you. So going forward, what's really, really key is when you're starting to feel frustrated and you're not understanding what's going on with various different things, reach out to us. We probably may not know all of the answers, but we can then put you in contact with more people. So the Global Fund is a huge and complicated organization, but it's made up of dedicated, wonderful people who are all trying to really achieve some goals together. So I'm wearing my boots now. I've got boots on the ground today here, and I'm looking forward to the afternoon excursion to visiting a waste man. No, it's not going to happen. Oh, okay. Okay, so we don't get to go visit a waste management site together, but I do know that ASLM is really committed to promoting a sub-COP related to these themes of waste management, and you'll see me there. I'm very keen on pushing that forward. So I think my only one suggestion for what the next LabCoP might be is let's have a dance. Let's do some of this musical stuff, because I think music and dance is a great way of bringing people together as well. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Juliet. Point taken. We will make sure there will be a dance. Probably we should just start it immediately after this. All right. Next, allow me to call upon Dr. Lara Vojdnov from WHO to give us a few remarks. Another round of applause for Lara, please.
I really won't take very much time because I think everything's been said, and I'm sure you all want to go to lunch. I know I do. But I just want to say a big thank you. It's been really inspirational to listen to everyone, to hear what's really necessary and what some of your needs are in country, as I've been able to sort of ponder how WHO might be able to support, whether that's in guidance or documentation, having ongoing conversations with your different countries. So I would just also say, please feel free to reach out to us and with any questions or requests for technical assistance, as well as CDC and other key partners who can do so. And then, of course, just thanking ASLM. I always enjoy coming to this meeting, whether it's here or in Ethiopia. And I only say that because my bag was stolen last time in Ethiopia. But normally I love going to Addis or in any other country. And so I'm really looking forward to this. Hopefully we're having it again next year. I know that the ASLM conference will be here next year as well. And so I'm very excited for that. I think it's been really wonderful having you all. And so thank you, ASLM, for this ongoing.
Thank you, Lara, and sorry for the bad memories for 2019. Next, let me call upon Dr. Tandy to come through from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and give us a few remarks.
So again, everything's been said. Thank you so much for all of the attention and passion that you've managed to keep throughout the 3 days. I want to also thank Moses for the lively song and keeping us going. This has been a really good meeting, and it's also helps to inspire us to think about what else we should be doing. And so I just encourage us to continue to be thoughtful, innovative, and continue to grow up leaders. This is a room of leaders, and I hope that you will continue to encourage your teams when you get back home, for those of us that were able to travel, but hopefully in future, more team members will also participate in future meetings. And Pascal and Collins and Anafi and the rest of the team that does such a fantastic job supporting this project. And it's great to be in partnership with you and Ndilovu, our very deep discussions. And I know that the Lab Directors Forum will also be an important learning opportunity to continue sharing how we can do better and be better at providing lab services to those who need them most. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tandy. We are almost at the end of the program, so I may not be able to speak again. So let me take this opportunity. No, I'm not giving closing remarks. Yeah, just a quick announcement to say those that need COVID testing, please ensure that you register outside there with our dedicated logistics team that has been helping you throughout today. I'm sure they have probably already interacted with you already during the breakout sessions. But if they have not yet interacted with you during the breakout session, feel free to pass through and see them. Francis, is there anything else? Okay. That's okay. All right. Colleagues, it's my honor to call upon Mr. Nqobile Ndlovu, the CEO for ASLM, to come and give us the final closing remarks. Thank you.
Whenever the ASLM community comes together, there is the 95% chance that there's going to be some singing and some dancing. You do agree with me, right? Yeah, so, but having said that, I want to therefore invite you to plan for ASLM 2023. That is going to be happening here in Cape Town. We are very excited about it, and you are going to be getting a lot of details in terms of the program and what we are going to do. And I can promise you that beyond the science, that will be very exciting. There will be some dancing again. So come prepared, some dancing shoes for ASLM 2023. So ladies and gentlemen, I am very humbled to have had this very exciting 3 days, the rich conversations that we have had here, and for you to really take time to come and be part of this very important meeting. I am very much aware that towards the end of a year, there's so much traveling that is happening. You had so many commitments, even better meetings that you could have attended, or even taken some rest from a lot of travel that you have been doing. But really, you have come here, you have supported, and we are not taking that for granted. So really want to appreciate you for coming and taking time here and supporting some of these very important initiatives. So it's been very exciting 3 days, and I know that they've been very long, and you needed a bit of stamina to get through each day. But despite that, we kept on going, and I believe it's because, number one, the issues that we're talking about are very practical and are very close to our country's priorities. Secondly, I believe that the issues that we're touching today, they are very close to the patient needs. And lastly, I believe that these issues that we are talking about, they are also close to us as professionals. And I just want to summarize that we are people that are just passionate. And that's why we do the things that we do the way we are doing them. So really, I think we deserve a round of applause really for this exciting 3 days. So I'm very impressed in terms of the growth that we've experienced as far as the ASLM LabCoP is concerned. Really appreciate the work that the ASLM LabCoP team has been doing. Really to appreciate Anafi. He's now the most popular face. You know, if you don't see him in person, you see him virtually. Collins, for the excellent work that you've been doing, and of course, working closely with Pascal, who has been coordinating all this. So let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the whole ASLM team. Some of them are working behind the scenes, the whole admin team that is out there, just making sure that your logistics are well covered. So I think they deserve a wonderful round of applause. They are not as visible as some of us and may not get the chance to stand on a podium like this, but I think they are doing a very great job to make sure that we are all okay. I also want to appreciate the AV team really for helping us. I mean, having a hybrid kind of meeting is not that easy, but they have been very patient and also really making sure that everything is working very well. I also want to appreciate the ASLM board chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick Mateta, for really staying throughout this meeting. We really appreciate your presence and your support, even on behalf of all the other ASLM board members. And also the ASLM Oversight Committee. I know we are going to be having a meeting, so thank you so much. Let me also appreciate the support that we continue to receive from PEPFAR, from CDC. Really, we value that support. From WHO, thank you so much, Lara and team. From Global Fund, thank you so much, Juliet, and please pass our appreciation even to Fatim. Also, I want to appreciate the ministries of health that are here today, you know, for their trust and for the partnership and for having an open door policy whenever ASLM is coming knocking at their doors. We really appreciate that space. It's not every day you get people just welcoming you. We really value that, and we want to assure you that we will continue this kind of friendship, building on what we are doing. And also I want to appreciate the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for your generosity, not only financially, but also, challenging us to think differently, to be innovative as an institution, number one, and also in certain programs. So I think you're keeping us on our toes, and we really appreciate that kind of, covering our backs. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Tandy, for that. So I don't want to say many things, but really to also appreciate all the delegates that attended this meeting, some in person and others virtually. I really want to appreciate those that were joining us every day. It's not easy, just standing there or sitting there next to your laptop. It's not very easy, but your commitment really is keeping us going as a team here. So really, I think the next steps are very clear, and as Dr. Pascal has presented. So we will be following up with you and really trying to be there, working with you to make sure that some of the things are polished up, and we have some, some targets, as Juliet also indicated, some of those windows that we need to take advantage of. So again, I want to invite you. SLM 2023 is coming here. So we are looking forward to many of you and even plus. So please look forward to some of the announcements that are coming your way. Otherwise, what is left for me to do is really to appreciate everyone and just say, please have a safe trip back. We are always available on WhatsApp. I think there's a prize for attending, for doing a lot of WhatsApp, on emails. We want to be an organization that is available. Otherwise, thank you so much. Safe journeys back, and hope to be talking to you in many other different platforms. Otherwise, thank you so much.
I was not supposed to talk, but lunch is served, and I think the hotel shuttle should be available for those that also got it from the airport. So I hope Francis and Tim would indicate, I think, the times via email when you will be leaving. There's a call for Moses to come through. Can you play his song, please?